Scaring my viewers. Or startling. It's not really scaring, is it? So I don't want to say that. It's not true. Okay, so now that that's dealt with, maybe? Yes. And that, and that. Away. Alright. We're now ready to be a peace-loving, kind Draenei priest of joy and love. We are here to try and, you know, just generally make the things better. I mean, one thing I think that we can all take away from the Draenei playthrough so far is that the Draenei are definitely the good guys. You know, if you see someone who looks like this approaching, they're clearly someone who is here to help. I mean, wouldn't you think so? Based on the circumstances? Wait, what's wrong, Deutsch? I don't see any problems here. Any problems at all. Anyways, so, let's continue, shall we?
Good fortune.
We made it. Okay, we did it. We made the Kessel Run. Whew. Okay.
Do not lose faith.
Took a little bit of effort, but we did it.
Krona Kai Christor.
One thing we've learned on our travels is to take extreme care when introducing wildlife from one world to another. You know, crap. When the Exodar crashed, it was carrying specimens of various outland species, including an insectoid predator called the Ravager. We've actually already talked about this a little bit here. Some of the specimens were lost, but many others survived and took to the wild. If we don't keep them in check, they will upset the natural balance on this island.
Good health, long life.
Your soul, Zuan Joker. Exactly, Hylisk.
Blessings upon you.
You're just in time, Light Whisper. Blood Elf activity in this area has doubled in the last week. Our agents have informed us that the Blood Elves that call themselves Sunhawks plan to launch an offensive upon Azuremist soon. I need you to warn our allies and the compatriots. Warn High Chief Steelpine, Exarch Menalius, and Admiral Odysseus. Time is of the essence. By the way, the name of this quest is the Kessel Run.
Dionys Aka.
So let's do it. We gotta make the Kessel Run in 15 parsecs. We got this, guys. Permeus, I'm not even sure we're gonna hit level 24, which is when you get Shadow Form. Yeah, I know, Reach. But as I've already said, I don't think Half-Life 3 will ever be made by Valve. They have flat given up on it, and I understand why. 12! Pfft. We aren't, what do you think this is, the Millennium Falcon? We're not that good, sure you. Come on, man. Gotta go right over the mountains. Oh, God, we can make it happen. We can make it happen. Almost. Inches. Gotta get that right angle. Come on. Okay, I give up. Once again with Ealing. What, Reach? I almost made it work. Almost. Thousands of years ago, in the mountains. Actually, fun fact, you can't fly here, because this zone isn't set up for flying. Arsh is the Hannibal that gave up after a bit. It's like, you know what, screw it, here. I've come to warn you. The British are coming! The British are coming! And by the British, I mean the Blood Elves. The Blood Elves are coming! The Blood Elves are coming! They're the Sunhawks! Don't worry, all Blood Elves aren't evil. Don't think all Blood Elves are evil. That would be a mistake. There's a lot of good Blood Elves, and there's a lot of neutral Blood Elves. So, you know. Oh, yeah, so this is an Elec, by the way. It is obviously a form of elephant thing. It is a Draenor creature. Sort of. It's not innate. Basically, this is a form of an elephant that the Draenei have kept with them for many, many years. We'll actually be discussing them a little bit more in detail when we do our tour of the Exodar, which I think is actually how I'm going to end our Draenei playthrough. Pretty sure. Well, at this point, I don't have a choice, Reach. Valve will not make Half-Life 3. That's confirmed. That started off as a theory of mine, and became an official thing not too long afterwards. Probably not, Deutsch. There will be some meat that will come out, though. But yeah, at this point, the best hope we have for Half-Life 3 ever being made is for a third-party developer to step in and make it. Who knows if that'll ever happen, though. I mean, who do you trust with Half-Life 3, right? Permeus, it's fine. It's fine, okay? They're fine. There's no need for any of this. At the middle! Admiral, stomp, stomp, stomp! Oh, soup, sorry.
Greetings.
There you go.
Be careful.
You've all been warned. Now we gotta go all the way back up. I do kind of like this, so this, I know this sounds weird, but this is an example of something that's kind of logical when you think about it from a third-person perspective. So, in my opinion, gonna add that big, massive asterisk there, the quest design has gotten better every expansion. Okay? So, from Vanilla to BC to Wrath to Kata to Pandaria to Warlords, and from what I've seen, into Legion as well. Now, it might be like, and of course that's kind of a contentious thing to say, because some people will avidly disagree with me on that, and that's fine. But in my opinion, the actual quest design has gotten better each expansion, basically as they've been getting better at it. Like, as they're getting more adapted and adjusted to it, and you learn more. It's just natural. You get more experience, you get better at something. That's logical, right? That's how that works. One of the ways that I want to point out as an example of this quest, functionally is go talk to this guy, then this guy, then this guy, then go back, okay? In Vanilla, they wouldn't have given us a mount for this quest, but it would have still had the time limit on it. And the time limit probably would have been less. So, less time to do it, slower to do it, and much more boring, because we don't have this. In this case, what they do is they give us again, this is designed for a new player's perspective, a sneak peek at what it's going to be like to having a mount, because the difference between this speed and, walking speed is huge. Colossal, one might say. So it's in this case, they take something that would have been a boring, terrible quest, back in Vanilla, and pushed it up a little bit. And then in Wrath, they would add more to this and make there be like cutscenes along the way or something like that. Maybe shrink the distance. And then in Cataclysm, they would have added something else, like a button you could do so you're actually doing something while you're doing it, etc., etc. So my point here is that this is an example of how Blizzard was getting better with their quest design, in my opinion, as the games went on. And I mention that because that's really relevant for explaining one of the reasons why WoW kept going. Because WoW Vanilla exploded in popularity, but that's because it was something new. It really was something genuinely new. It was a brand new type of MMO that had never been done up to that point in time. Everything else, it's different. It's hard to explain, but other MMOs were just different. And I know that's weird to talk about now because this is now the standard of MMOs. So thinking of this as, something that was brand new is kind of a weird perspective. There we go. Nevertheless, the no is a one joker. Ice Crown Citadel. So nevertheless, I'll talk about it later.
Good fortune.
The point is the fact that they kept getting better. I think is one of the reasons that they had the continued increase in subscribers that they did for some time. It was 100 gold, Permeus. Don't forget, level 60 mounts used to require 1,000 gold. Now, you might be like, oh, that's nothing. Trust me when I say that 1,000 gold used to be a lot of freaking money. Used to be a ton of gold. That's the kind of thing you used to spend a significant period of time, weeks or months, getting the money together to buy a level 60, 1,000 gold mount. Holy crap. And yeah, as Loaf points out, as Janine points out in chat, old Stranglethorn was terrible. It was not my least favorite zone, but it was up there. It's like, alright, so just to give you an idea of what old Stranglethorn was like, just really quick here. So, go from here, go down and do this, then go up here and do this, then go down here and do this, then go down here and do this, then go up here and do this, then go down here and do this, then go up here and do this, then go down here and do this. That was Stranglethorn. I'm barely exaggerating. I am, of course, I'm sorry, I'm being unfair. It is also worth noting that the drop rate of stuff in Stranglethorn was terrible. So it's more like, go down here, spend a billion years killing stuff, go back up, go back down, billion years, go up, go back down, heat death of the universe, go back up. Now I'm exaggerating, but it really was bad. Ah! God. I actually got the Paladin mount instead of the 1,000 gold mount. Okay, someone just donated. Damn it, Reach! Okay, we will add this to the Skittles counter here. Which means Skittles is right behind the other suit there. So like I said, I don't want to definitively say that WoW has gotten better each expansion, because there's no way to prove that. In my opinion, WoW has gotten better each expansion. And that is the truth. I do genuinely think that. I do think their quests have gotten better, their quest design has been getting better, the way they present in-game cutscenes has gotten better, the story itself has gotten better. I'm not exactly saying that every expansion has been amazing. I mean, Pandaria's original endgame drove me to quit the game for several months, and Warlord's time travel shenanigans were redunculous. But I still do think that the game has been improving. Yes, even Warlords. I like Warlords. In fact, I love Warlords. The only thing I don't like about it is the time travel thing, and even looking back, I understand why they did that. But anyways, moving on.
Have not forgotten us.
Moving on. I have made a wonderful discovery, priest. On the uncorrupted part of the island grows a remarkable fruit called the sand pear. They're found at the bottoms of trees. I've been preparing pies from them, but if I'm not careful, the Elec will start to wander over and steal my fruit. That's the Elec, the elephant things. I've taken to gathering enough to share with the animals, but my stores are gone, and my craving for a pie has returned. Would you be willing to gather more fruits? I promise I'll share.
Dionys Haka.
Yeah. Well, okay, so apparently we are no longer as close as we can. I actually have a complicated opinion about garrisons, which I'll talk about when we get to Warlords, but it boils down to this. Garrisons were great until you hit 100. I want to talk about that in more detail, but I want to save that until we're actually in Warlords. So, yeah. Yeah, just my thoughts on the matter. What am I doing? Right. Turning into the Castle Run. Well done! This was a difficult test of your abilities, but you have passed with flying colors. To become a soldier of the Hand of Argus, you must pass many such tests. Have you seen the Serpent Men? The ones that call themselves Naga. They dared make an advance upon this cape under cover of darkness only 3 nights ago. Can you believe the audacity of those primitive beasts? I need you to deliver a message to their leadership. To the northeast is Wrathscale Lair, home to Lord Ziz. Find him, slay him where he stands, and drive this banner through his corpse.
Good health, long life.
Okay. If I must. Roaring, 2 reasons. Number 1, the actual point of that donation thing initially was so that I would hear a donation while I'm playing. Back in the old long ago, in the before times, I wouldn't hear a donation come in, and so people would be like, oh my god, he got a donation he didn't read. He's just ignoring donations. And I'm like, no, I didn't hear it. So the audio is there for me to hear it. And it's not like the specific sound startles me. Yes, he did, Opeth. I'll talk about that in a moment. It's the sudden sound. I'm in the middle of I'm in the zone here, and all of a sudden in the background. But that is again kind of the point. Also, if I'm being 100% honest, I know that several people derive enjoyment from watching me start every time the donation king comes in, and I don't want to deprive my viewers of watching me suffer. So yes, remember how we were talking about how one of the bigger mistakes that the Blood Elves had been making was the fact that they were underestimating the trolls, and they've been doing that for years. I mean, that's not a new thing. I mentioned that because there's kind of a similar situation here. The fact that the Draenei, who are pretty advanced, I mean, let's be honest, they're probably the most technologically advanced race in the setting, like the whole setting, other than the Titans themselves. And they're very magically advanced, they're very learned, they're very, they've got a lot going for them. It's logical that they would look at the Naga and see them as primitive, even if they're even if they're completely wrong. Of course, just like the trolls, the Amani especially, the Naga are anything but primitive. They have developed their own new culture and society based off of the way things work under the new, under the new underwater thing they've got going on. But they are not primitive at all. Where's the... There it is. That's going to be... There we go. I really hope this isn't going to be happening like while we're in BC when I actually have to start doing this, because I'll have to just sit there at the transmog vendor, and then I'll like start walking away, and then it'll be like, wait, change it to the other suit, and then wait, change it to the other suit. That would be a hell of a way to go, wouldn't it, Deutsch? I wouldn't mind that. I think that'd be okay. Let's do it. Let's kill me live on stream. Wow, those crystals just do not look healthy, do they? Look at that. It's almost like there's red lyrium. Oh my god. Well, of course, Raskor. Again, it's not quite the same thing. The Blood Elves were arrogant, which is why they look down on the trolls. The Draenei are inexperienced, which is why they look down on the Naga. Little bit of a difference. I can mount. Thank you, Reach. I do appreciate it. Could someone humble Tyrande? Malfurion could. Hey, Corwin. Come on, I want to find like one more thing before I start heading back. Yes, these are the power crystals, or rather, they were the power crystals, like the ones we've been encountering back in the previous zone. Okay, so what was that for? That was... I'm not going to share the One Joker's comments online. Gee, I don't know, Reach. It certainly was not the mod over there who could ban you if he feels like it. Okay, so that's... So... There we go. It's okay, King Bubble. It'll duplicate itself in the system. It all won't count for the donation, I'm afraid, though. Sorry. For the incentive, I mean. Hey, excellent timing, Nightbot. I don't think Malfurion would, but I think Malfurion could. I think if she's going to listen to anybody, it would be him. Lord knows she has in the past. Cough, Alliance, Horde, cough. No kidding, Reach. There are certainly people who could, bring her to task as far as power. I mean, she's not exactly the most impressive fighter in the universe, but, yeah, I think being the proud individual that she is, there are very, very few people who could actually manage to successfully convince her that she's wrong. Actually, as Greywolf put it, humble her rather than simply defeat her. Tyrande would beat the snot out of Maiev. Oh, Maiev is not that great of a combatant. And she's pretty out of practice, too. Hey, Regal. It would be interesting to see those two idiots fighting each other, wouldn't it? Alright. Now let's go kill some Naga scum. So I've been, I think there are King Bubble, but not like in the way you're thinking. So one of the things I've said many times is a method by which you could have Warcraft 4 come out while WoW is still out, you know, without interrupting WoW, basically, is have a major expansion that ends on a big event story-wise. Just to name something, like, I'm just going to make up off the top of my head here. There's this big expansion, and all of a sudden, oh my god, the Burning Legion has come. And then the very next thing that happens, oh god, it's this quest. The Burning Legion, invades, and that's like the end of the expansion. And then Warcraft 4 comes out, not too long after the expansion is completed. And then Warcraft 4 has the events of the Legion invasion and showcases, the scale of the conflict and, big, major setting changer, right? And then WoW takes it up, and the next expansion comes out, and the next expansion deals with the consequences of Warcraft 4. So literally just weave Warcraft in between WoW. I think that would actually that would work, and that's what I would do if I was doing it. Moving along. Help me, Night Whisper! The Bristlelimb captured me and are planning to sacrifice me to their foul gods. High Chief Bristlelimb holds the key that opens the cage. To force him to appear, you must slaughter the evil Bristlelimb that inhabit his enclave, 2 camps west of here. If you kill enough of them, he will surely come for vengeance. My father will reward you richly if you save me. Please help! Okay. I'll go save you. But first I'm going to go kill some Naga. Deutsch, put your pants back on. Chat Fearsome says hi. He also says that he hates WoW, and that everyone should all give up and just kind of, go home. Never play StarCraft again. That's really important, because StarCraft, as we all know, is a terrible game. Well, I hate to point it out, Prog, but we already have that problem. If they did it properly, they could weave the two without actually having a long interrupt. But that would take a situation where money wasn't a concern, so that's not going to happen. Oh yeah, you could also do a Warcraft 4 set in the past. There's actually a fairly large amount of history that could still be explored prior to, the events of WoW and Warcraft and all that fun stuff. It's a nice banner, really. Got the symbol on it. I'm not removing my pants. Screw you guys. I'm here to be comfortable, damn it. So, if you're paying attention, one of the nice things is some of these trees have veins of wrong growing up them. The terrain itself also looks a little bit sicklier than it did back in Azuremist. Again, the idea here is that, as I mentioned back in the initial zone, this area here will really showcase what I mean. This is what I mean by long-term damage. You see this? You see what's happened to the terrain here? This is not what this actually looks like, or what is actually supposed to look like. This is pretty messed up. This place is basically heavily irradiated terrain that is being mutated and warped by all the blood crystals. We'll discuss the blood crystals a little bit more soon-ish. Is it up? Hang on. Oh, it is up here. I was going the wrong way. But again, like I said, this is kind of the point of why we were in such a rush and were so concerned about constantly taking care of the consequences of our power crystals in the terrain, all the way back in Azuremist and terrain, all that fun stuff. Because if it wasn't for that, this would happen. So I like the fact that they are actually showcasing the literal consequences and reactions and responses of what would happen if we failed. No. What are you? I am going the wrong way. Damn it. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I don't know these zones as well as I'd like to. Don't worry, there's very few zones I don't know that well. And these are one of them. The 2 Draenei zones. I swear I will do better. Oh, my back. Oh. God, my back. Oh, ow, ow. Oh, that would make everything so... so much worse. Darch Monster. Okay, I know, I need to go down here. That would make everything so much worse, Darch Monster. Basically, imagine all of the blight and all of the undeath creeping and whatnot. Imagine all of that being accelerated by all the magical energy that's pouring into them. And that's pretty much what you'd have happen. And I just got a donation from Roaring saying that he is awesome. So thank you, Roaring. I know that you're awesome. But thank you very much for the donation. Would you like to put it towards one of our incentives? Okay, it should be right around here. If memory serves. If it doesn't, then this princess may just have to die a horrible, terrible, bloody death. Forever. Oh, no. Hang on, is this it? Is this it? No, that's definitely not it. Holy crap. Hang on, I'm going to look this up really quick. Agamemnon, the thing's in the lower left there. Or you could see what Deutsch just said. Of course, Roaring. It's okay. You know, there's nothing wrong with admitting such a thing. There he is. Okay. This is one thing I like about Wowhead. By which I mean I like everything about Wowhead. I wonder where blah 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 is. Oh, here's the exact coordinates of exactly where it is. I suppose this is a good time to talk about both Wowhead and mod support. So, World of Warcraft has full mod support, and has since vanilla, and it's awesome. I think it's awesome for basically the exact same reason I think full mod support is awesome in Bethesda games. So I don't really feel the need to reiterate that that argument. It really kind of speaks for itself. There he is. Wow, he summoned fast. There we go. Die. So, you're not seeing any mods now. You will when we hop onto my main real characters over on Kargath, to really showcase what you can do with mods. However, the other thing I want to talk about, and this is a little more important, is Wowhead, or the way it works. Now, Wowhead is not actually the first of these type of things. Thoughtbot is probably the first real one. But there were a couple others back in the head. Alakazam comes to mind immediately. There was a bunch of sites that basically just gathered information and shared it in sort of a wiki format so that people could coordinate and collaborate between each other in order to figure out where and what and why and all that fun stuff. Wowhead is really, really well organized, really well designed, has its own support infrastructure. They've got their own add-on, and it basically pulls tons and tons, LVUI, that's another one, tons and tons of information from everything. The way Wowhead works is... Thank you, Athero. I like the dancing Kirby there, too. How much was that? That was... There we go. The way it works is it's kind of like a wiki situation. It doesn't pull information... It's not like there's someone researching it or whatever. Basically, they have... Everyone runs around with add-ons, and they track stuff. So, for example, just to give you an example, let's say I do this, and that deer is killed, and I have the Wowhead money... add-on running, I will now be able to track the location of infected deer and the NPC ID of it to this exact location, in this exact coordinate, in this exact space, and that information gets uploaded to Wowhead, so they now know infected deer can be found at this point, along with all the other points it's been killed in the area, right? So, all that information, and from thousands upon thousands upon thousands of players, all that information gets tossed up there, so you get kind of a fairly accurate general consensus of where everything comes from. This goes for drop rates as well, and enemy health, quest locations, and of course, there's a comment section. The comment section, yeah, it's basically a data mining thing. A data mining site. The comment section helps to flesh out things that aren't so linear, that can't be determined in data. Whether the comments are helpful or not kind of vary, as you might imagine, but I have found more than once that the comments of Wowhead are actually really, really helpful in enabling me to figure out, okay, why such a thing isn't working, or if someone's having a particular bug with a quest, that kind of a thing. So Wowhead's amazing, is what I'm trying to get to. I use it freely and openly. I usually run the Wowhead add-on as well to add to the pile, basically. Okay, so I have saved you. Go, my lady. By the way, speaking as a longtime Horde person, why did anyone ever have trouble finding Mancrick's wife? I'm kidding. I get the joke. I do. It's just, God. For those of you not aware of the joke, a lot of people had a lot of hard time finding her back in the day. And that was in Barrens chat, also known as the Unhuman Waste Pit of Doom. And so a lot of people in Barrens chat would talk about how they couldn't find Mancrick's wife. And so you had people who genuinely couldn't find her, and therefore were asking. People who thought it was funny that people couldn't find it, and so would ask as if they were trying to, just to troll people. And then the people who were either making fun of or mocking or otherwise being the internet in reaction to those two groups of people. So, yeah. Yeah, Barrens chat was right up there with 4chan, in my opinion, back in the day. It hasn't been for a long time. Especially since there's two Barrenses now. But anyways.
The Legion.
Well done, Light Whisper. The Ravager population still bears watching, but we've made a good start.
Remember the lesson.
Hey, kids! High reach. So now we have all non-normal numbers, 71, 47, and 6. What the heck?
May the light embrace you.
Now, Rexxar was a bastard, yeah, because there's two things wrong with Rexxar. Obviously, this is not an issue anymore. Rexxar roams, and he roams a huge area, and Alliance players liked to kill him. And he was mandatory for the Onyxia quest chain, so that was fun. But anyways, I'm sorry you had to do that. Heavy-handed violence is not the Draenei way. But sometimes it is the only way. This is one of life's truths that not many understand it until it is too late. So it was for our people when we were slaughtered at the hands of the orcs. Becoming a Hand of Argus is a process of rebirth, and with birth comes pain. A Hand of Argus soldier is many things: obedient, brave, intelligent, and above all, honorable. You may yet exhibit some of these traits, priest. Report to Exarch Ademitius at Bloodwatch if you are still interested in joining the Hand. He and his subordinates will further train you in the ways of the Draenei soldier. And remember this: honorable people do not always perform honorably. Sometimes they cannot.
Favor the road traveled by few.
So, whoop, I forgot to turn in the quest. So that pretty much gives across a lot of the mindset of the Argus, specifically the Hand of Argus in a nutshell.
Open your
right there.
heart to the light. Be kind to those less fortunate.
Alright, it's time to go to Bloodwatch. I think this is a good thing. I'm trying to think of a good zone to talk about that in. One thing that I actually kind of like... oh god, no, Opeth. I do not play on a PvP realm. No. I used to PvP a bunch. I haven't PvP'd since, I haven't seriously PvP'd since, Cataclysm, I think was actually last time. I played the heck out of Tol Barad. I think it's mostly a nostalgia thing, coupled with the ability to do whatever you want, Christian, and the fact that it's becoming easier and easier to actually do that. In other words, you know, more people go back like 10 years, and setting up a private server for an MMO was an incredible, ridiculous task that you're not going to be able to pull off. You know, in the modern age, that's much. I could set up that server right here in my home tower. That's a joke. I could do that in like maybe 3 hours to completely set that up. So the ease of availability has really shifted that, and I think is one of the big reasons why it's become so popular. I'm pretty sure Malygos would try to base Delta Zero this entire island. Psychotic. Once again, you have proven yourself to be all that was prophesized. You have the eternal gratitude of the High Chief and these Stillpine relics to choose from. Why don't you take that back, buddy? I don't really need it. I've got this gear I got from some level 100. I don't know. She said I could use it. It's cool. I don't know. Actually, let's go ahead and turn in first. I just like making the transporter jump out of my vehicle over and over. That's what I'm really doing. So once again, we see that most of this place is actually built out of chunks of ship that landed around here. I feel like pointing out, though, they've actually got like tarps and roofs and actual constructs here, like this thing, and a few other little details that show that this place has been established a little bit more thoroughly, that people have been here more and have done more work into actually setting this up as an actual base camp than we have seen back in Azure Mist. I don't know, King Bubble. At one point in time, you could do this thing where you could basically have a like an upload, for lack of a better term, of your character, of your World of Warcraft character, and then they would make a model with based on your character with the gear you had on when you did the snapshot. And so you could basically, if you set up like a transmog suit, that you didn't really have transmog at the time, you know, if you were wearing specific gear when you set it, you could have a look figurine of your character. And I'm a little sad they don't do that anymore, or maybe they do and I just don't know about it. But anyways.
Warm wishes to
I had a feeling you'd make it this far, priest. If you're willing to go further, I am willing to teach you.
blessings upon your family.
What does Argus mean to you, Light Whisperer? Many Draenei probably do not know or remember our whole planet. It is there we split from the Manari, the twisted, demonic reflections of ourselves that were gifted by Sargeras, or as they would call themselves, Erdar. Erdar. This word once held meaning. Disgusting. Let us waste no more time. Find Vindicated Boros. Begin your training.
Remember the lesson.
Meanwhile,
Good fortune.
welcome to the Bloodwash, priest. Seeing to the defenses of this outpost is my primary concern, but I've also been tasked with a variety of other duties by our leaders at the Exodar. The problem is it's hardly safe to send out large amounts of researchers when the island is so dangerous. I need someone to gather crystal samples from various sites. The first sample must come from this location I am telling you about right now.
Family.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, Darsh Monster. A 3D printer in every home. Genghis, it's... Well, okay, the portal's closed, so that entranceway into the Emerald Dream is gone. Past that, there's nothing else that I'm aware of with regards to it.
Open your heart to the light.
Actually, I want to
May
read
your
that first
days
thing.
be long and your hardships few.
Everything that has happened since the crash is little more than a blur. It seems like a lifetime ago I was aboard the Exodar. Now my reality is restricted to this island and its mutant creatures and its endless sea of Blood Elf agents. Soon, it will be as if I've never known anything different. The black silt murlocs to the southwest are curious creatures. In some ways, they are barely sentient, and yet in others they show a remarkable degree of organization. I have a few theories about that, but no real way to test them until recently. I've devised a method that will allow me to track the murlocs I'm interested in without doing any lasting harm or interfering with their natural behavior. If you'll help me, I'll pay you for your assistance.
Safe journey.
Hello, Krenzler. How are you doing today? I hope you're finding your servitude to the Blood Elf as excellent as I am. I'll just pick that quest up and not actually... We'll see if I do it as I go through.
Good fortune.
It is good to see another new face in Bloodwatch. Although the Blood Elves are the most immediate threat, there are other, more sinister creatures that call Bloodmyst Isle home. The Nazavius Satyr are of particular concern. They are foul, demonic creatures, commanding dark magics and feeding on corruption created by the Exodar's crash. We must hold them in check, but first we must learn more about them. Learn what you can from their grotesque monument.
The lessons of the past.
Ah, satyrs. We'll be talking about them. Don't worry.
The Legion's end draws.
So here's the three Vindicators who are the triumvirate of the Hand. Ah, Light Whisper. I've heard about you. You're the one that made the Kessel run in under 15 minutes, right? Probably not. Are you ready to spill some blood in the name of the Light? Of Valen? For Argus? I'll slow down. Bloodwatch is one of 2 forward bases operated by the Hand of Argus. You've already seen the other base, Azure Watch. Things are completely different in Bloodmyst. When we first got here, the land was as beautiful as Azure Mist. We called it Silvergale. But now sickness is spreading across the land. Worse yet, the Blood Elves that we were battling on the Exodar survived the crash. This brings me to your assignment. Venture northwest and kill any Blood Elves you see.
Remain vigilant.
The Exodar's crash scattered pieces of the fouled crystals all over the Bloodmyst Isles. We've even begun finding pieces of the crystals inside the flesh of animals taken for meat. I've uncovered a way to purify the shards and turn them into functional crystals, so if you find them, I'll trade one of my completed shards for them.
Good health, long life.
Star Wars references. There's quite a few.
May the light embrace you.
Ah, good woodsman makes use of every available resource. Even the most bizarre creatures possess attributes you can use to our advantage. Why is everyone asking me about the accent, okay? Why is this such a weird and difficult thing to understand? Okay, I don't get the questions. I'm going to never answer that question ever again. Hi, Nightforger. With Bloodwatch under constant assault from the Sunhawks, we're looking to a variety of natural defenses, including traps. The Lasher's thorny vines are perfectly suited to the construction of traps I have in mind, and the combination of sharp spines, deadly toxins, oh, it'll be great.
Remember the lessons.
Whoop, there's another one. As I'm sure you've seen in your time on Bloodmyst Isle, very little remains unchanged by our arrival. My training and experience have taught me that even the products of the environment like this one can be put to good use. With so few resources, we must rely on our ingenuity to be startled by that thing. Oh my god. With the proper preparations, this meat can be safely eaten. And so now,
May your days be long.
we're gonna
Your
go get some
hardships
bear
few.
flanks, because we're evil. Okay, Reach. There we go.
Warm wishes to you.
Did you know that mushroom hunting is far more dangerous than mushroom consumption? Mushroom hunters expose themselves to many unknowns, not including potential wildlife dangers. What would be life without a little danger, eh? I am in need of mushrooms for my collection. Scattered throughout these unexplored wilds, you'll find all 4 types. And he gives a list.
Safe journey.
One more. Now, we're getting meat.
How are ya?
Sorry. Dwarf. Babysitting! Can you believe it? They pulled me out of a promising dig and sent me along with Captain Odysseus' expedition to babysit that stupid little gnome. I've never heard of a gnome wanting to become a prospector before, so I asked. Seems we're taking gnomes now, and this particular one had a fascination with merlocks. Well, now he's gone and set himself up a shop in the old turtle shell at the northern shore of the island. Go have a look for me if you don't believe me.
Watch your back.
Watch your back. Okay, so I want to do this quest first. I do not have respect yet, Raskar. Not yet. Okay, what do we got here? We must look for weird mushrooms. Sorry, the one joker. I'm incapable of doing accents well. It's this, or I cut my throat live on camera. It's your choice. I can do either, you know, if you donate for it. Oh, there's one. Oh god, getting exalted in vanilla. I got exalted with the, Oh, I can't think of the names all of a sudden. Hydraxian Warlords in vanilla. And that's all I'm going to say about that. That's not a point of pride, by the way. I'm not saying that like, oh, I'm so awesome. I'm saying that like, oh god, why? Why? Why did I do that? I still have nightmares of Molten Core. You know what's funny? I actually planned to never go to Molten Core again, because I was like, I will never have a reason to go back to Molten Core ever again. And I forget when it exactly dawned on me. That's true, Hylisk. But, oh, the Waterlords, that was it, the Waterlords, Hydraxian Waterlords. Yeah, I forget exactly what point it dawned on me, but I was like, wait a minute, I'm going to have to go through Molten Core again for the lore run. And I literally was just like, oh, I'm so sick of that place. Oh my god, I am so sick of that place. Yeah, by the way, I am also exalted with everything, basically. There are an extremely small number of factions I do not have exalted with. Most of those I enjoyed doing. All of the ones in vanilla, I hated. Because vanilla factions sucked. Fun fact, the faction system was kind of invented halfway through vanilla. Oh, there it goes. And they really weren't sure what they were doing first, so there wasn't really a benefit to the early factions. Not really. It wasn't until later that they finally came up with the idea of having rewards for hitting Exalted and whatnot for a faction. Okay, where's this? This is it. Oh, duh. Frickin' humans. Humans were OP. Humans are the worst. Also, I have never actually gotten the Insane title. That is one I have actively decided not to do. Yep, Thorium Brotherhood. That one I have done. I have done Thorium Brotherhood. I've done Winter Song. I have done, obviously, Hydraxians. I can't even remember the name of it. The damn dwarves, the Wildhammer. In that were the test faction in, oh, what was the name of that zone? Hinterlands. In the Hinterlands. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, God. The terrible, terrible horrors. What is that? It's Cruelfin! His title? I want you guys to see this. Cruelfin's title is wrong. Some of the only factions that I don't have from vanilla are the PvP ones. Oh, that's the scout. I need specifically scouts. I don't remember which server I'm on off the top of my head. It was one of the ones listed as new player. I remember that. Yeah, Warsong Gulch I've never finished, and Arathi Basin I have never finished. I have finished Alterac, but that's not as impressive as I'd like to think it is. Sure they are, Reach. Sure they are. Guys, Reach has clearly lost his mind. I want you all to go and, you know, commit him to a mental institution. I know, weird, right, Torchmonster? Yep, I remember the Furbogs. Oh God, Hylisk. Oh God. I would not. Oh jeez. Thank you, Psychotic. Appreciate it. It's okay, Reach. We're here for you. We are your friends, Reach. We're going to take care of you from now on. Don't worry. It's all okay from now on. By the way, another little fun fact. I am super exalted with Hydraxian. Now, you're probably like, what the hell does that mean? So, once you hit exalted with a faction, there is then 999 additional reputation points you can get with them to actually max out the bar. The only reason to do super exalted is so that it looks better. It's literally just an OCD completionist thing. So, what am I shutting up about, Reach? Other than you being crazy? So yeah, for those of you not aware, the only character who gives rep in that is Ragnaros. So that means you have to clear the entirety of Molten Core and kill Ragnaros 5, I want to say 4 or 5, additional times just to get that last 999 rep. And no, I don't, Jenkins. I was not fortunate enough to be the person who got the mount. But I will say, however, that I do have the scepter from that. Alright, let's see what's going on with these satyr people. I don't see any satyrs around here. I sure hope I don't see any stone that's been infused with blood. That would be really creepy and gross when you think about it. I mean, think about what it would take to actually make a stone that has blood. I mean, that would take effort and work, and you'd have to really work at it to do that, and it's just kind of horrifying when you think about it. Like I said, we'll discuss the satyr in slightly more detail in a minute. Not right now, though. Not right now. Ow, God, what is up with my back today? Okay. Alright, here we go. That's true. We actually managed to squeeze some blood out of a stone. I'll discuss why they make stone blood at some point in the future. Probably when we actually do the satyr quests. 'Cause, yeah. Fun fact, I never got the archaeology troll sword. Would you believe that? So here we go, another bloodstone altar thing. Obviously built out of Night Elven ruins. Let's see. They could, Nicolas, but pricing for that would be difficult. Because it's not linear, if you know what I mean. A level 60 is not worth 60% of a level 100, if you know what I mean. That is true, OJ, but unfortunately, I mean Bloodstone a little more literally than that. Night Elf Mohawks, well, you could play those for a while, Deutsch. You can't actually do that anymore, though. Apparently, they were able to go in and fix the, shall we say, glitch that had been introduced. I think I have to actually attack stuff now instead of just dot them. Damn. Guys, I am a failure. I have to actually cast spells. Sadness. Of course, we all know Mr. T is an excellent programmer, so he could do something like that. Favorite WoW weapon of all time? God, I don't know. There's so many really, really nice WoW weapons. I suppose I will default to the Frostborn. In addition to the fact that it's a ridiculously awesome weapon in terms of lore, there's the, the fact that it looks pretty cool. It is effectively a bastard sword. It's something that should be wielded two-handed, which I've always loved when you see the thing be wielded one-handed by Arthas. It's a big damn sword. Heavy sucker, too. It's funny, too, because this is, a fantasy setting, so lots of people run around with massive swords, but the only one they ever actually emphasize in lore as being a massive sword that takes significant strength to wield is Frostmourne. Just funny little touch there. In terms of pure aesthetics, that's a little bit more difficult. I'd have to think about that one. He has wielded it two-handed, yes, Psychotic. He has also wielded it one-handed. It kind of depends on the given scene. Most of the time in cutscenes, aka lore, he tends to wield it one-handed. During the fight, he does and can wield it two-handed. I actually have the Warglaives, and they do look pretty freaking awesome. And I do love my Warglaives a lot. I wish I could actually transmog them. Or rather, transmog my actual weapons to them. I'm also a huge fan of the original Kel'Sarrar. The one from Vanilla, which I also have. Yeah, true enough, Psychotic. I have to admit, I'm not actually a huge fan of the Ashbringers in terms of pure aesthetics. I do also really like the Blood Elf bow from Sunwell. Not the legendary. The one that drops off of the twins, which I can't show you right now. I have it on my hunter. I've also always had a huge fondness for a sword I will never get. The Grand Marshal two-handed claymore for the Alliance, for hitting max rank in PvP back in Vanilla, or back when the rank still existed. Yeah, that's the one, Psychotic. So that claymore looks awesome. There's a couple of NPCs who wield it still to this day, and it looks so cool. And it's impossible to get, otherwise I probably would have found some way to make that happen. Whoops. Blood Elves. We'll ignore them for right now. But yeah, that claymore looks sweet. What else? I do tend to be a fan of big two-handed weapons in general. Like, in general, not just in WoW. I'm trying to think of other big two-handers I really like. Of course, I like Jinrock or Zinrock. It doesn't matter which. Hey, Darker Soul. What's up? I'm trying to think, what else? I need to go this way, don't I? I also admit I have a fondness for the two-handed axe that Mr. Bonestorm drops in Citadel. Yes, I do, Nicholas. If he uses it properly, which he hasn't yet. So I suppose I should say I theoretically do. Oh my god, bare asses are not dropping, guys. Bare asses are not dropping. Yeah, exactly. I would need a good arena rank in order to be able to get a hold of it. And of course, I'd have to be Alliance. Brine Toll, that's the one. I never got Brine Toll back in the day. It always went to someone else. Used to hate them. Just hate that crap. Irritated the snot out of me. But I'm sure we all have stories like those, don't we? The fact that it's like, oh, here's this one drop, and I really want it, but someone else is getting it because they have argued that they get priority on it. I hate that garbage. My worst example of that is actually from BC. See, I played a hunter raiding in BC, as I've mentioned before. And one of the things that I did as a hunter was I basically kind of did things differently than everyone else did. I've never been a fan of Ashkandi myself. It's just a little bit too dragony, a little bit too oriental. I don't like oriental aesthetics usually. Anyways, Unstoppable Force. No rogue drops for 4 months. Oh god, I remember that. So yeah, back in BC, when we're raiding, I basically thought of things in a different manner. I've already referenced this when I was playing my Blood Elf yesterday. The idea was that I basically was valuing rogue gear, and I was actually using 2 one-handers instead of a 2-hander. And there's reasons for it. I'm not going to go into the math and the specifics gameplay-wise of why I did that. Suffice it to say, I had a reason for doing it. I was specifically... it was better. It was better for my setup. I basically had infinite mana and could keep my rotation going infinitely, and I was pretty good at weaving with it, so... but I had the hardest time convincing the actual raid leaders of the fact that this was true. And so anytime a best-in-slot piece would drop for me, or a really good slot would drop for me, the rogue would get it. The freaking rogue would get it. And I just want to stab those rogues because they kept stealing my freaking gear. And when I say stealing, I mean more or less literally an item drops. I'm next up on the loot rotation, and I'm like, oh, awesome! And then the guy, one of the rogues, not Janine, she's awesome, but someone else who is an idiot was like, well, no, that's a rogue weapon. It was actually a trinket. I remember there's a specific instance of this. That's a rogue item. That should go to me. Well, but it's best in slot for him, and he's the one next one on the loot table. Yeah, but it's better for him. And so he freaking argued endlessly until finally the raid leader actually gave him the freaking item. Now you think that's bad. I got another raiding horror story for you. So, that hunter I just mentioned, they originally didn't want to invite me into that raid group. They eventually did because I was a freaking good hunter. Like I said, I was pretty damn good at hunter. It's one of the only 2 things I really think I was really awesome at in this game. So, I was so good that I was basically out DPSing and outperforming other people. I was good at utility, and I was good at actually, running numbers against bosses. So I pretty much proved my purpose in the raid and earned my slot, right? Now that's really relevant to keep in mind, because I never got a freaking drop except for one. I got one piece of gear my entire time in that raid team. Across 3 separate raid zones. Or no, I guess it's 4 actually. Excuse me, 4 separate raid zones. I got 1 piece of gear that whole time. It was a thing in Black Temple that nobody else wanted. Because everyone else always had the argument that they deserved it, or they wanted it, or they had priority, or whatever. And I didn't get jack. And if you ever wonder why I say I was damn good at being a hunter, I didn't get gear for months, and I still kept up. Yeah. So that sucked. I have, of course, told several of my viewers the other horror story I have about raiding. That horror story is called WoW Vanilla. Ugh. WoW Vanilla. So, there I was. WoW Vanilla. This was Alliance, Rory. There I was in WoW Vanilla raiding Molten Core on my Paladin. And I forget how many months we spent. I used to know the exact number. It is quite a few. It was over 4 months. 4 months we raided. And didn't get any gear. 4 months. Janine says it was 8 months. I believe her. She has a better memory than I do about that time. No loot. No loot. 8 months. It was insane. Some people ask why I've always been such a in favor, so much in favor of the Badges of Justice system, which is what it originally was. And I feel it was actually best implemented back in BC and early Wrath. And I mean that sincerely. Because the whole point of the Badges of Justice was very simple. It's like this, for those of you who don't know what I'm like. So, any given boss will always drop a few badges. It's a currency, basically. So after some time, you do bosses for some time, you'll be able to earn up enough badges to buy a piece of gear. So this is useful for two reasons. Number one, you're guaranteed to get gear. You're guaranteed progression. So even if your RNG is terrible, like that 8-month or the 4-month period, you still have a guarantee of getting something out of it. Second reason I liked it, it's great for filling holes. So let's say you are getting some drops, but you haven't gotten like bracers. Your bracers are super out of date, or your helmet's out of date, or whatever. So you can go ahead and drop the badges and the currency on purchasing those specific slots you need, and then bam. I love that system. I have been so pissed that Blizzard has thrown that system out the window. I have never agreed with that system being thrown out the window. I do not agree with that. It is one of the biggest mistakes they've made, in my opinion. And they keep flip-flopping on what they want to do with it, too. It's like, oh, I want to do this. Well, no. Yeah, well, and they keep switching on what they're going to do with it. Right now, Valor, which is what it's currently called, is being used to upgrade items, which is kind of pointless if you don't have items to upgrade. So I mean, I'm okay with upgrades. I would be okay with upgrades remaining in the system, but I would rather be able to go and purchase gear like I used to be able to. Now, there were flaws with the system, don't mistake me, but overall I found that to be an excellent, excellent idea, and it's something I still champion to this day because of it. Anyways, so as you can see, let's get back to the plot here for a second. As you can see, what we're doing as we're going through here, we have officially found the Sunhawk. Now, as you can tell, these, Kargath, Krenzler, these wonderful structures kind of show how the Blood Elves are a little more established than they were back in Azuremist. Again, just like the Draenei are more established here, the Blood Elves are more established here. This is, I mean, there's some obvious reasons why this is important, but the most important thing to keep in mind here is this is a great example of MMO time. Correct, Rory. Unless you want to go do crafting, basically. MMO time is basically the fact that MMOs do not have a linear timeline because of the nature of an MMO. For example, let's say I didn't do the Azuremist quests. I know that sounds weird, just bear with me though. So if I didn't do those quests but came here, these events of this area happen after Azuremist. But let's say I do these quests and then go back to Azuremist. I am effectively going back in time and doing so, right? So, Lorerun is where you can find me, Tea and Biscuit. So if I was to go, so this is showcasing in a literal way how these events, the events happening in Bloodmyst, are happening some time after the events in Azuremist, because these people have actually had enough time in establishment and whatnot to actually build infrastructure and actually build their little beacons, and of course to get themselves more organized and better equipped to combat the Draenei and the Hand of Argus. Oh, by the way, I hope you are paying attention, because yes, that is blood you're seeing right here. And yeah, that's a corpse on something that looks suspiciously like a sacrificial dais with some blood leading to the central blood crystal. I'll let you fill in the blanks there. I think that one doesn't really need a lot of explanation. Except it totally does. People have argued that the Sunhawks and the other Blood Elves who deliberately and specifically work for Kael'thas are not actually evil. Whether that's true or not is of course going to depend on opinion, as all questions of evilness are. I will say this though, whether they're evil or not, I think the thing that makes most people think they're inclined towards evil is the fact that they have the exact same problem that the other Blood Elves did, just taken to a further extent. They are pragmatic. They are willing to do more than other people are in order to get the job done. They're not quite at, say, space pirate level. They're not like the trolls, who, where everything is a resource to be consumed. But they are still kind of leaning in that direction. Probably, I'd say, more so than the Silvermoon Blood Elves, aka the playable Blood Elves, who still have things like decency and morals and ethics and restraint. Whereas the Sunhawks and the other Kael'thas Blood Elves do not. And now I have a ton of quests to turn in.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
So we got the crystal sample. This crystal shard will give our researchers a baseline to compare against samples from other parts of the islands, since it comes from one of Bloodmyst's less corrupted regions. I won't be able to send it off until we have a full set, but this is a great start. If you're willing to help, I'll see that you're properly aided. As we've gotten ourselves established here at Bloodwatch, I'm sending more survey teams out to create more reliable maps of the islands. In most cases, they return unharmed with data needed, but the team I sent to the east has not reported back. I worry about what might have happened to them, but I cannot spare the men to send another mission after them. Please find them, and lend any assistance they require.
Remember the lessons of the past.
The Naru. Oh hey, it's a messenger.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Are you Night Whisper? Or Light Whisper? It's about time, I'd just given up on finding you. There's an urgent message waiting for you at the mailbox. The person that gave it me was a human admiral. Admiral Odysseir... something, the name escapes me. He said you would know who he is.
Be kind to those less fortunate. Each day is a blessing.
Okay. I'll go deal with Admiral in a moment. I need to sell really quick.
May you find what you seek. Favor the road traveled by few.
Blessings upon you.
Well done. I was worried about the marking device, but it seems everything went according to plan. Bloodmyst Isle was forever changed by our arrival. Before I can get certain of my conclusions, I need to get a closer look. The crystals seem to have affected the trees the fastest, so it would seem the treants seem most likely to show symptoms. If you can bring samples of the bark, I will begin my in-depth studies.
Remain vigilant.
Do you often think of your family? Light Whisper. There were a number of families aboard the Exodar, but I have viewed very few of them being reunited. I myself am looking for traces of my husband, Galen, who was a technician in the cryocore. The wreckage of it is located to the west. It is swarming with blood elves. I must find out what happened to Galen. Even news of his death is better than not knowing. My husband will be wearing a pendant similar to my own. They were a gift from my sister.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Wow, Hylisk. God, that's terrible. Dear friends, my hand trembles as I ink this letter. I pray it reaches you in time. Last night, Edward Haynes, captain of the Lost Hope, appeared before me in my tent. The same Edward Haynes that died of scurvy 20 years ago. This apparition told me a tale that made my heart tremble, a tale you need to hear and a mission I need you to accomplish. Will you do it? Seek me out at Wormscar Island. Okay, we'll bite. Why not? Why is he way up there, though? I am a Draenei, Myron.
The Legion's end draws near.
Let's see what we can learn from this glyph so we can plan our next move.
Good health, long life.
The pictographs tell a story. This figure at the beginning looks like one of the creatures we encountered at Azure Watch. Oh, this can't be. This creature willingly became a servant of the Legion. He became a satyr and receives the Legion's blessing. We must defeat the satyr. We will not suffer the Legion's presence in these lands.
Barkanon Poros.
Now that we have made our presence known to the satyr, we must send a message that we will not tolerate the Legion's hounds in these lands. Too long have we Draenei fled in the wake of its Legion and its minions. Wherever they have found us, they have shown no mercy. We must not permit the satyr to corrupt the Exodar's crash and use the crystals as weapons. Go north. Kill them. Recover the crystals they've been gathering.
Remain vigilant.
And yes, Rory. They've actually got a little more of an Eastern European, kind of Indian sort of thing. Oh, hey, I found a book. Transdimensional Ship Repair for Simpletons. Let's see, the thin pages of this book are made from a shimmering material that are filled with highly technical diagrams of how to maintain and repair a transdimensional ship. This particular copy is open to a chapter entitled Vector Coil Breaches and How to Avoid Them.
Arcanon Poros.
So we got the constrictor vines.
May your days be long,
Ding.
and your hardships few. Remember the lessons of the past.
When we first encountered the Flatterers, they showed few signs of mutation. As the corruption got progressively worse, the other species began to show signs of contamination. It has progressed to the point where they damage nearly everything they come into contact with. They are amplifying the damage being done by the crystal shards. We have no choice but to begin culling their population.
Safe journey.
Okay.
Open your heart to the light.
So I got his mushrooms for him. Well, I wanted it, did I not? I hope this payment more than makes up for the mild discomfort you have suffered. Return me when you have gathered strength, and I'll have another job for you. Mushroom job, of course.
Dionys Haka.
Ah, you are exceptionally efficient. To the northeast lies Wormscar Island, home to a rare species of mushroom called Izara's Tear, named after the green dragonlings that inhabit the island. I only require a small sampling of the mushroom, but I must warn you, the denizens of the island do not welcome visitors.
Be well.
Okay. I can deal with that.
Good fortune.
Also, I love how my chat has once again devolved into anime. Have you... blah, blah, blah. Well done. These will provide the raw materials for another batch of enhancement crystals. You're welcome to choose from among these 3 crystals I can make. Okay, I'll take that one.
Blessings upon your family.
You've returned in one piece. I have good news. We have received some information about the possible location of more survivors. A new crash site has been discovered. When I'm done attending for these matters, I will call for you.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
They have basically encouraged it, Reach, but in moderation. Basically what they've been trying to do is to ensure a degree of artificially engendered inflation, so that they're always in control of the inflation. Now that doesn't directly control the player economy, but it does provide a specific way of measuring the player economy. One thing that Blizzard's devs have always done is they have a fairly large amount of gold sinks in addition to gold fountains in order to even things out. So, where was I? It's good to see you. I have a quandary you might be able to solve. Our agents are situated behind Sunhawk lines and have reported seeing soldiers parsing an unusual document. Unfortunately, we have been unsuccessful in acquiring a copy of the document for ourselves. I need you to go out into the field and try to recover it. I am certain if you apply enough pressure, a Sunhawk agent will turn over the information he seeks.
Do not lose faith.
Okay, I can do that.
Each day is a blessing.
Harbinger Mikolas has done a commendable job of safeguarding Bloodwatch, but our enemies are many and our resources few. Our weakness is well known to our enemies, but your contact with forces of the Alliance is something they have not accounted for. I have prepared a letter of introduction to the people of Aberdeen, the closest Alliance settlement, proposing cooperation in the fight against our foes. Take it with you and seek out Kelia Nightbow.
Remember
And
the
that's actually a
lessons of the
go-to to head to Darkshore away from here, so we're not actually going to be doing that quest.
Arcanon Poros.
Actually, I think I can skip that quest.
Safe
That doesn't really
journey.
do anything. So we're going to skip that one. We don't need that one. No, Reach. Maybe later.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
No, it's okay, Darker. Aberdeen is fine. And definitely still there. I just got a quest called Talk to the Hand. The Hand of Argus has established a forward base at Vindicator's Rest, but they are sorely outnumbered by both Blood Elves and mutated wildlife. Without backup, their outpost is in danger of falling, and we have no way to keep an eye on events near the Evector Coil. Report to the Scout. Offer her your assistance.
Remain vigilant.
Yeah, for those of you not aware, Aberdeen is gone. It's debris. Yeah. So it's... That's something to talk about. Shoot. It's gone! Oh, well. I'll figure it out. What am I doing? What am I doing? Nice bark. Let's go do this really quick. I wouldn't mind seeing a good Warcraft 2 movie. Then again, I wouldn't mind seeing a good Warcraft movie. We'll see if we do, huh? Yeah, you're right, Darker. It'll be fine. I don't know why everyone's making such a big deal about it. It was just a minor cataclysmic event. Just a small one. The highest I ever got in PvP rank terms was actually Lieutenant Commander. This was back, obviously, in the Alliance and back in Vanilla. I have never actually gotten far in arena-ing, so I can't say anything there. Actually, I guess that's a lie. I forget the rating I got to, but I got to a good rating once when it was me on my Hunter, Beast Spec Hunter. This was during Burning Crusade. And my comrade was doing a Shaman. I forget which spec, forgive me. But his Shaman and my Hunter, I believe he was Enhancement. His Enhancement Shaman and my Beast Hunter, we just wrecked. Oh my god, it was glorious. It was glorious. We destroyed everything. Anyways. Actually, a better question than one Joker is, why did I play Alliance and then Horde in that order? And I will answer that question. Excellent question. Thank you for the question. So, why did I play Alliance? Well, I actually made a Horde character, first thing I did. And I was like, yes, for the Horde! Because I've been playing since the alpha, I'd played in the beta, and between the two sides, I tended to enjoy the Horde zones and the Horde quests more. So I was all about the Horde, and I made a warrior, an orcish warrior named Rage Roar. Well, he sat there, he got to like level 5, and then the very next thing that happened, and I mean like the very next thing that happened was every single one of my friends made an Alliance character. Usually a human, actually. Pax made a human. No, there are not, Visual Eminem. I can't even remember. Everyone made a human. Oral made a human. Vel made a human. There were a couple other people. Basically, everyone I knew at the time who was playing the game made a human or made an Alliance character. So, you know, naturally, I know this sounds weird, but I'm playing an MMO to play it with my friends, so okay, fine. So I went and rolled a human paladin named Silverfist. Or excuse me, as she's supposed to be pronounced, Silverfeist, because apparently I make just the most incredibly difficult to pronounce names ever with Silverfist. Anyways, so Silverfist was pretty much my name for quite a while. She was awesome. I actually really liked playing her. And then Blizzard fixed something. Now, I'm saying this way because this is kind of relevant. What Blizzard did was there was a bug with a particular seal. I forget the name of the seal, but it was supposed to decrease your damage and increase your attack speed. What it was doing was increase your attack speed, and that's it. No detriment to it. So, it was awesome. Silverfeist. You gotta say it right. Silverfeist. Hang on, I just want to point this out really quick. So, this is what happens to trees that get infused with the crystal. Now, I say infused because this is being done on purpose. This is not a natural phenomenon. This is something the Blood Elves and the Satyr are both ensuring happens so they can grow more crystal and then harvest it. So, anyways, so yeah, this seal was broken. When they fixed it, my paladin went from perfectly fine and enjoyable to play to a just terrible, horrible slog from hell. It was awful. I hated it. Now, you might be like, well, that's a weird thing to complain about. With the advantage of time and looking back at it, I can now say it's because Vanilla WoW was not that well designed. Paladins and most of the classes had serious problems in Vanilla WoW. For example, there really was only one tank class. There really were only 2 healer classes. In some cases, certain classes didn't really have a purpose other than like a specific boss. You know, there was no real well designed anything in the classes. They were just bad. So paladins were bad. So fixing something that was a legitimate bug felt like a nerf because it turned paladin from a tolerable class into a terrible class. I'm not talking about Reckoning Bomb. That's another thing. Yeah, weird, Darker. It was weird that I didn't enjoy a class whose entire purpose in existing was auto-aing. It's all my fault, Rory. I'll admit it. Oh, man. Yeah, I actually was just about to ban Psychotic until I noticed that it was Psychotic who said it. And I was like, whoa, hang on. What's he posting there? Shortly thereafter, I mean, I raided for a while on Silver. And I've told you guys stuff, you know, I was the kind of guy who would stay out of combat to res, and I was a guy who buffed, and that was basically my life as a raiding paladin. It was terrible. Yeah, no, Reach, that is actually absolutely accurate. It was bad what they did. So, so then after a bit, we were having some problems with the tank. We didn't really have any tanks going, so naturally I rolled a warrior because there's only one tank class in vanilla. I was a warrior pretty much henceforth, but that meant I had to level all the way to 60 again in vanilla. Now you're probably like, oh, that's a joke. I mean, who even cares? No, you don't understand. Oh God, you don't understand. Oh God. Oh God, the nightmares, they haunt me to this day. And this was original vanilla, by the way. Before they started fixing a few of the things. Before the Silithus revamp, before the Dustwallow Marsh revamp, before they added additional content to the Eastern Plaguelands. No, this was at launch vanilla. Screw you. Enjoy the long, boring slog. Yeah. Yeah, vanilla leveling was actively unenjoyable, even at the time. You know, I enjoyed Vanilla WoW, but most of what I enjoyed about Vanilla WoW was the community, the exploration, you know, the experience of actually going out, trying new things. You know, that's the kind of thing I liked back in the day. Leveling? No. Why don't we go do that quest really quick? Oh, God, it was terrible. And the funny thing is, that's not the only character I leveled in absolute Vanilla WoW. I also leveled a mage in Vanilla WoW. And now then they did the Dustwallow thing and the Silithus thing, and they smoothed out a couple things in the hinterlands as well. In Vanilla. Oh, I know, Hylisk. And so I leveled quite a few other characters in Vanilla. But I'm still getting around... I'm sorry. I just realized I got way off topic here. I was explaining why I was on the Alliance. I was on the Alliance because my friends were there. My warrior over there on... my warrior on the Horde side was left alone and forgotten. But then, later on, something wonderful happened. By which I mean something terrible, actually, but I'll talk about it in a second. So here we go. The Draenei, cartographers, who, they appear to be, what's the word? Dead. Yeah, they're dead. The bodies of the Draenei survey team are scattered around the ground, pierced by Naga weaponry. It is too late to assist the cartographers in completing their mission, but it appears they collected the data the Harbinger was expecting. The crystal storing their information was not among the ransacked packs, so it must be in the hands of the Naga. Well, time to kill the crap out of some Naga. I've already told several of you guys the story of how I finally went back to the Horde. Some bad stuff happened. I got run over by a car. I think I've mentioned that a couple times. And my raid team on the Alliance at the time was not doing phenomenal. And I was feeling more and more left out by things. And several of my friends had basically either bowed out or were doing their own things. And I was basically ready to quit WoW. But before I quit WoW, there was one last thing I wanted to do. And that was go and just level my Horde character all the way up to all the way up to, 60 or 70 or whatever again, and go through that and enjoy it again, just enjoy the playthrough. So I made a character called Zelona, who I still have. Zelona was a hunter, Blood Elf hunter. It was actually my first Blood Elf character. And I was pretty much enjoying it. I got to like level 15 or so, something like that. And when I got to about level 15, I'm like, this is great. Right about then, my friend Pax was like, what are you doing on the Horde? I'm like, I'm just having fun, leveling, final time. And he's like, I haven't played through Horde. So Pax rolled a shaman called Elderun. He also still has that character. It's his main, actually. And so I went back and helped him catch up to 15, and then we leveled to about, say, 20-ish. Now, to be completely honest, I forget exactly the order of events, but then, like, everyone I knew was like, they're on the Horde, and left the Alliance and came and joined the Horde with me. Literally everybody I knew who played Alliance. Mizrati came over, Jast came over, Droll came over, Sheriston came over, Gary came over after some prodding, and of course Janine came over. Every single person I knew on the Alliance switched over to Horde, and I found it wonderfully ironic because the character I had made, Zelona, was a nobody anagram for alone. And all of my friends came over so that I wouldn't be alone. I don't know. I thought it was pretty awesome. Let's go ahead and go to the island now, shall we? And then I made Frozen, who was the tank that I've mentioned before. It was great. It rejuvenated my interest in the game and helped me get through a rather depressing time in my life. Life sucked at that point in time. Yes, Janine is the one talking to me in game right now. She was one of the ones who came over with me. I don't remember if it was Janine or Gary that required convincing. Like, I know there were a few that were like, nah. And then they made characters. That was also, of course, when Miyuki became a thing. I don't remember when that happened exactly, but Gary made his first paladin over here, and that was right about when Wrath was coming out. For those of you not aware, that's when Wrath was frickin' amazing. Or when paladins were frickin' amazing, so, yeah. I guess if you mean the fact that you could get killed at will is an advantage reached, then yes. We have found a Night Elf ghost. Leave this place, lest your people suffer as I have. Well, why do you suffer? Are you blind as well as insane? I am a ghost. A cruel reminder of a civilization that has long ceased to exist, anchored to a land I failed to protect. Long ago, 10,000 years past, I was flesh and bone, just like you. I was prince of this land and a dragon rider, blessed by Ysara and the dream. And what is Ysara, and how were you blessed? Have you not heard of Ysara? Guardian of nature, aspect of the dream? She is the matron of all green dragons. It was Ysara herself that gifted my dragon with her brood. We stood shoulder to shoulder with noble creatures as they allowed us to ride into battle against our enemies. All was well for many centuries, until Deathwing's brood. Ysara's benevolence raised the ire of Deathwing, patron of the Black Dragonflight. They attacked us in our sleep. Many died on the initial surge, but the Greens rose to protect us. Their bones are all that remains of the great dragons. You can see them over there. None were spared. I was the last to die. As I felt my spirit leaving my mortal shell, I swore a blood oath. A pact was made between this land and I, my blood for this world. I became the sole keeper of the history of my people. I cannot rest until I am secure in knowing that the story of the Dragon Riders of Lorerun is not lost on the passages of time. Not long ago, the once tranquil Alkin of this region appeared on the shores of this island. One by one, they would go to steal the bones of the fallen dragons. I do not know what would cause these creatures such distress or why they would want the bones of the deceased, but the spirits of the brood have grown restless due to the sacrilege. Venture there, find the encampments, recover the bones. As an aside, so the aspects. I'm going to give you the short version, okay? When the Titans showed up here on the planet, they found this massive dragon, or, good night, Zewan, or built a massive dragon. We're not actually sure which. And that dragon was called Galakrond. And when I say massive, this whole island, it might be about his total size. Maybe. Maybe. He might actually be bigger than that. Oh, crap. Okay, so I'm going here to meet an admiral who's a human. And there's a sunk human ship, and there's a ghost. Okay, never mind. I know who this is. We're good. We're good. Yeah, I know, Hylas. There's actually a lot of politics about the dragon flights, but I'll get more into that probably in Wrath, I think would be a good time to talk about that. Anyway, so Galakrond was... see around visual? You mean like me? So yeah, Galakrond was the original dragon. Again, we're not sure if he was built or if he was a natural habitant. We're not sure. Force Ghost. Oh, trust me, there is a lot of undead in this game. Holy moly. A lot of ghosts in this game. Wait till we get to the Western Plaguelands. So, Galakrond was used as a blueprint for making a new type of creature, which was the actual dragons, and that was the aspects. Those aspects were then empowered, you know, titans, tools, that's what they do, with a specific aspect of life, of a specific aspect of existence. The red flight was life, the green flight was the dream, the bronze flight was time, the blue flight was magic, and the black flight was earth. See you around, Lusab. I hope I'm saying that correct again. Have a good one, man. So these aspects were specifically empowered and imbued, and again, designed by the Titans to be these mega enforcers of their will. Now, those dragons also then had, you know, children, younger dragons after them, and that's where all the flights came from. But the aspects themselves, and again, this is the last tidbit I want to give out now, they were each special. They weren't just powerful dragons. They were tied intricately to what they were attached to in terms of concept. You know, the things I just mentioned, life, the dream, etc. When that's taken away, they and all of their flight will lose their power over that and become normal dragons, you know, no longer having their special abilities or their mastery over their particular dominion, which is relevant, but won't really be relevant until Cataclysm, so I'm going to save that discussion for later. So here, let's talk to this ghost, shall we? Have you heard of the blood curse, Lobndaba? I can't do that voice. No, of course you haven't. The blood curse is what sunk all these ships. The spoiled, desecrated part of the water here is known as the blood-cursed reef. Part of the world you never want to visit. I've been here for 20 years. Scurvy my foot. I died on these wild shores as food for the dragons. It's a story for another time. Right now we've got to help the poor souls that are trapped in that reef. They say when the world was sundered, this land cried the loudest. It was here that thousands of night elves faded into oblivion, and in their place rose terrible creatures of hate. The Naga. Obedient to their twisted queen, Azshara, they would destroy all that dare pass through their sea. It would remain this way for thousands of years. Until now. First order of business. Kill the Naga. Okay, I'll go kill the Naga. Farewell, Questy. Sniffle, sniffle. It's so early. I'm losing so many viewers so early. I'm saddened. What is that? What's this link? You're linking, psychotic. Oh, they're all dead. Yay. Oh, yes. Galakrond. Yeah, he was big. Keep in mind the aspects themselves are already the size of, like, this entire ship here, for example. And Deathwing's actually a little bit bigger than that, but that's because he's got a couple other things going for him, so... What, Reach? I'm just saying. So, a lot of the other... a lot of the Night Elves in the day actually had a bit of a coordination with the dragons around them. Collaboration, cooperation, whatever you want to call it. They worked with them, in other words, not against them. And that was great and worked well for them. There was a bit of a catch there, as there tends to be in life. Basically, however many Night Elves were working with the dragons, there were... all of the Night Elf leadership were evil bastards, to put it as nicely as I can. No, I mean that pretty seriously, by the way. They were evil bastards. I'm sorry, Samurai. Isn't that always the way, by the way? A fairly large number of Night Elves were actually pretty cool. Decent people, decent folks, you know, worked with the land, had respect for those around them, you know, that kind of a thing, right? Not exactly horrible people, but the actual government was run by Queen Azshara and another few horrible, terrible people. Well, it's true. They were just evil bastards. There's nothing else for it. Azshara was a vainglorious prick who actually genuinely believed her own lies that she was a goddess. Just because... Now, granted, Azshara was an exceptionally talented, magically powerful individual. But, oh my god! Anyways. So, a lot of Night Elf society and their workings, their relations, their negotiations with other races was always tainted by the fact that whatever the people in front, the ambassadors, the soldiers, the diplomats, the merchants, the druids, whatever they would do would almost always be undone when the leaders would say, no, we're not doing that. We're evil bastards, so we want to subdue them, or control them, or conquer them, rather than doing that. And of course, a fairly large number of Night Elves were loyal to said evil bastards, for the usual reasons that people tend to be loyal to evil bastards in general, either because they are evil bastards themselves, or because they're afraid of the consequences of not obeying, or of course, my favorite answer, because they're blindly deluded by their incredibly beautiful queen. Fun little factoid about Azshara, by the way. Azshara, how do I put this as nicely as I can, was probably ugly. Now, I know that sounds like a weird thing, but it's actually really important for her character. Seriously. Because Azshara is consistently described as the most beautiful elf, and in many cases, the most beautiful woman ever. But she's also an incredibly powerful mage, and regularly performed illusory magics to make herself look better or worse based on the specific circumstance. And there's a bunch of little hints here or there that she never actually looked good. That she was so vainglorious that she refused to admit that she was actually this ugly, hideous person. And so she constantly walked around with this illusion spell on her and this sort of compulsion spell. Those are the two important ones. To make herself look beautiful and to make everyone around her literally worship her. She was basically constantly compelling everyone around her to follow her commands and obey her. Which says a lot about the kind of queen she was. And she's the one in charge of the Naga, by the way. Oh, no. No, Azshara is the one who was like... Ashara's reckless overuse of magic, along with most of the other, the Highborn of the Night Elves, is what drew Sargeras' attention to the planet. Sargeras wanted a portal to get here because he wanted to destroy the world and claim the well. Azshara saw Sargeras, and this just beautifully describes this woman's arrogance. This Night Elf, powerful mage, certainly, but this Night Elf saw the Titan Sargeras and said, "You might be my equal." And she felt like he was the only one who might live up to her standards, and though she might accept him as her second. And so Sargeras, being a manipulative kind of individual, was like, "Oh yeah, totally, we'll totally be together. Open the portal." Yeah, that's Azshara. On a ledge of the reef deeper than where you found the blood-cursed Naga, you'll find the hopeless ones, blood-cursed voyagers, ghosts of those taken by the blood curse. It's regrettable what I ask of you now, but they must be destroyed and their cursed shells brought back to me. Their souls must be put to a rest. Return to me when you have done as I asked, and I'll give you one final task. Also, there's dragons flying around here. Just feel like pointing that out, too. But yeah, that's... Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about Azshara later, but... Whew, that woman has issues. That woman has volumes. Holy crap. When I say vainglorious, I have never meant that term more literally than when I refer to Azshara. Into the depths. Oh, absolutely, Christian. She's not the only one who's responsible for it. But yes, her and her people's reckless overuse of magic is one of the biggest reasons why magic has been outlawed in Night Elf society. So in case you're wondering what we're doing right now at this point in the plot, so these are all people who died down here to Naga attacks. All of these people died pretty bad, horrible deaths, and these are their ghosts, which are basically tied down and it can't move on. So what we're actually doing is we're killing them to collect their souls. I swear it's not as evil as it sounds. Ethos. And also Deutsch, I've tend to found that most of the settings where magic is feared usually has a specific reason for it to being feared. For example, in this setting, the world was nearly destroyed by magic. So, you know, that's probably a reason to be afraid of magic in general. You know, that's a thing. Kinda. No, you're thinking of the Naru, excuse me. The Naga are the snake people who used to be night elves who have been converted by a deal with Inzoth that Azshara made. The Naru are beings of light we haven't even seen yet. We will see one when we go into the Exodar, not long after we finish this zone. Your soul is mine. Anyways. Okay, so. Do not mourn their demise, Light Whisperer. You have done the hopeless ones a great service. There is but one more task. Destroy the leader of the Blood-Cursed. To the south you will find the Blood-Cursed Isle. Atop this you will find a shrine dedicated to their beloved queen of the Naga, Azshara. Destroy the statue. Burn it in effigy. This will surely draw the ire of Ottof, the Blood-Cursed leader. Slay him, and return to me. Oh, it's all good. I'm here to try and explain and elaborate, and thank you for the kind words, dog. Yes, you do, Darker. I don't actually have that pet yet, because I'm still missing 2 of the Reliquary of Souls pets, and I think 1 from the Sunwell, and I think that's it. Okay, so there's actually a bit of story about that. I was going to kind of save that Opeth, but I guess I'll discuss it now. Well, people certainly seem to think that, Atheru. It may or may not be true. So there are actually plenty of night elves who have practiced magic. They've just been doing it very carefully, very quietly, and very secretly, rather than being out and about and being like, I'm going to the wrong spot, aren't I? Whoops, I went to the wrong spot. Oh, bad. So rather than being, open and out in the obvious about it, they've been practicing magic for centuries. Well, with the Cataclysm, when the Cataclysm was coming, those Night Elves approached the Night Elf leadership and did something that was actually very brave. They admitted that they were mages. Now, you're probably looking at me like, I don't understand why that's so brave. That carries either banishment or the death sentence. That's the punishment for the crime of casting magic. So they went forward and managed to convince certain individuals, notably Malfurion, who was involved in this, and said, look, you need our help. Things are getting worse. Everything's about to go horribly wrong. You need arcane magic at your side. Let us join you openly. Let mages join the ranks of the Sentinels so that we can help you in saving this world from whatever horrible thing is about to happen. And it took some convincing and some diplomacy, but basically, due to the severity of how badly things were about to get, how badly things had been, and how badly things would be shortly thereafter, the Night Elf Society overall decided to tolerate mages in a military capacity only. So Night Elves, even as of now, this is 2 expansions later, still don't actually practice magic regularly or normally, like, say, the Blood Elves do. But they do actually have mages in their military ranks as part of the Sentinels. And so if you play a Night Elf mage, that's what you are. So, hopefully that answers that question. Oh my god. Frickin' Naga. As an aside, who here would love to see Naga as a playable race? Well, then do it, Reach. You don't have to ask my permission. God, man. Now, I have to be honest. Playing a Naga, making Naga playable is actually pretty easy. Most of the framework of what would be required under the hood to do that has already been done. Naga already have most of the skeletons of function. Most of the animations are already there. You know, you just have to add a couple of additional things to make it work. So most of the hard work of making Naga playable, that's already done. The problem actually comes from who do the Naga side with? Oh yeah, Maiev was livid about that. It would make sense in the lore for reasons that I was about to discuss, which is why I actually bring it up right now. See, the thing is, you remember how I talked about... I'm telling you, I'm working this out in my head. So, you know, we'll loop this around here. You remember back in how I talked about how the Night Elves were actually pretty decent people, and they got along okay with other races, and they had coordination with the dragons, you know, all that fun stuff. And then they would go to their leadership, and the leaders would be like, "No, we are evil and stupid. Enslave them or conquer them." You know, I just talked about that, right? So, yeah. Basically, it would be very, very, very easy to see that the only Naga we've ever seen are the ones who are part of the military who are loyal to the Naga leadership. And we know the Naga leaders are evil because they're Azshara. Also, as an aside, we've also seen several Naga leaders and seen some insight into how the Naga interact with each other. And it's far less evil and far less... You know, it's not a Sith dog-eat-dog kind of a situation. The Naga actually have friendships, families, that kind of a thing. And so I get the strong impression that it wouldn't be hard for there to be an entire faction of Naga, similar to the Bilgewater goblins, or similar to the Darkspear trolls, who are totally okay with actually being, you know, not being part of this let's kill everything in the universe plan that the old gods are planning for them, and therefore basically seek asylum, refuge, get the hell out of Natoth? I can't remember the name of the sunken city. They've named it several times. Anyways, they want to get the hell out of there and get up and just live a different life. And so having those Naga, that faction of Naga, join us as being playable, that is entirely feasible, I think. But as Rasker points out, the question is who would they join? Now, several people have also answered that in chat. We could have a Pandaren situation. For those of you not aware, when you play a Pandaren, you don't make a Horde or Alliance Pandaren. You make a Pandaren. And then after a certain point in the storyline, you pick Horde or Alliance, and then you go pick your respective faction. So that's one way you could do that. Now, the catch, of course, is... Oh, hey, what's up? Hey, yeah, you're beloved. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, the catch is it would probably be... I feel like if they joined the Alliance, the Night Elves would have a fit. Nyalotha, that's it. Thank you, Kevin. That sounds correct. Am I really Deutsch? Awesome. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the Night Elves in lore and the players in out of lore would have an absolute hissy fit if the Naga joined the Alliance. So honestly, it would probably make more sense for the Naga to join the Horde, if only to avoid that entire problem. I mean, the only way to deal with that elsewise would be to have the Naga have the dynamic of the Horde versus Alliance thing get broken up, which would be awesome. But anyways, World of Mount Collecting. We've seen Naga on mounts. We've seen Naga mounts. I don't think of that personally all that often, Christian. You're absolutely right. You've got a good parallel there. But I don't tend to deliberately try to draw such parallels. They just kind of happen sometimes while I'm thinking of them. So, ugly? Dude, the Naga look awesome, Ventures. I don't know what you're talking about. But, so yeah, I never deliberately try to draw such parallels. Alright, so... we have killed the Naga. Let's see what this guy has to say. You did it! Allow me to make an offering. Ding. Yeah, I can res people. Not that it matters. Well. Hopefully that will satisfy that ghost. For the future. You know, the funny thing about that is several people were suspecting, back when we didn't know who the war chief was going to be in Pandaria, that Sylvanas was a strong candidate. Not because people would vote for her, but because if you think about all of the races and the factions of the Horde during Pandaria, during the war against Garrosh, who was the strongest faction? Who were the ones who weren't getting weaker? And weren't losing numbers and weren't losing territory, but were actually gaining in resources, gaining in territories, and becoming more militarily powerful, and actually becoming an expansionist power? Sylvanas is by far the strongest individual in the Horde at multiple points in history, especially right now. And yeah, the Forsaken are very well poised to take over, I think is probably the best and nicest way I could put that. I am a little surprised they haven't already. Vol'jin is an amazing person, who is also an amazing agent, I think is the word I want to use for him. What I usually refer to as a Darth Vader character. I mean, yes, Darth Vader led, but the primary purpose in Darth Vader was the guy who goes out and actually does stuff. You know what I mean? Probably Cloudy, in all honesty. One thing really quick, by the way. My theory about the illusion thing, that's just a theory. However, one thing we do know is true is she was constantly, compelling those around her to worship her. That is something that is part of canon and part of the fact, not just me making it up. Favorite race? Do you mean playable or otherwise? Because those are different questions. The Forsaken and the Scourge have become disturbingly similar, yes. Some people have jokingly said that the Forsaken are the new Scourge, but it's not a joke. Sylvanas has, in many ways, become the new Lich Queen. She doesn't have the kind of control he does, though. I would like to save that discussion for when we make a Forsaken character, though, so I'm going to not stop talking about that, because it'll be directly relevant when we make our Forsaken character. So... go. So I just realized this section of the game doesn't have that much to talk about, not like the Blood Elf section did. I apologize, guys. Let me think for a moment if there's anything lore-wise about this particular stuff I'm doing right now that I can talk about. By the way, as an aside, I think the Lich King was holding back deliberately during the Halls of Reflection, especially since it fits both of their plans. Just my thought on the matter. Oh, I'm really excited to see what they do in Legion. I hope to God they are willing to change the status quo. Nothing would make me happier than them really just breaking up the status quo and really changing things up. I don't think they're going to, but oh god, that'd be so great if they did. Anyways, oh god, under the water. Yes, I am. Or rather, I'm doing like 99.9% of them Calyraxi. I'm skipping a couple that don't really have any story significance. For example, this quest I'm doing, I am recovering the bones of the green dragons who had died here during Deathwing's raid on this place. Which I find hilarious, by the way. The whole reason Deathwing came after these people was because they were living in peace with Night Elves. And that's just unacceptable! You think I'm joking. Deathwing is a very particular type of crazy. He is violently, horrifically evil. But not in the, malicious, I want everyone to suffer way, more in the, I want everything to be destroyed way. Deathwing genuinely believes that destruction is the proper path. There's actually a lot of similarities between Deathwing and Sargeras, which we'll get to a little bit later. But anyways, restoring sanity. So I've returned these bones to him. The Dragon Wars have long since passed, and all that remains are the bones and agitated members of Izara's brood. A ritual. The Alkin has lived in harmony with these lands for thousands of years. That's an aberration. Such a pity. The whelps that you see on this island are agitated spirits of green dragonflight. Like me, they are bound to the land, unable to ascend to their final resting place in the dream. Recovering the bones of the fallen has settled them somewhat, but you must take further actions. Destroy their ethereal manifestations. I cannot leave this place until this is done. Yes, and Hylisk is correct. Deathwing just wants the world to burn. That's all he cares about. That is all he cares about. The world should burn. Now, Therion was the strongest aspect, correct. He was the one in charge of the Earth and everything that implies. He was the Earth Warder. And yeah, he was big and he was powerful and he was pretty intelligent too. Favorite playable race. That's a tough one, but I think I'm going to have to go with Forsaken. Favorite non-playable race, that's a little more tricky. Because there's a lot of non-playable races I really like. But the one I usually default to is actually the Nerubians. The Nerubians are a fascinating culture, and a unique example of people who are technically they're villains, but they're not actually our enemies. Like, it's a wonderful little dynamic we have with Nerubians. We actually work with Nerubians more often than we do against them, even though they are servitors of the old gods, for crying out loud. Which is funny because this is paralleled in Pandaria with the Klaxi as well, with the Mantid that we interact with. It's just fascinating the way that works. Anyways, what woke up Deathwing? I forget off the top of my head. I mean, I know N'Zoth did, so that might actually be the specific thing that brought him into the fore. Let's talk about the dream briefly. So the Emerald Dream is actually really easy to describe. It's just sometimes kind of hard to fully comprehend. Basically, if you could imagine the entire world, except nobody ever lived in it, no humans, no elves, no sentient or sapient races ever lived in it. So animals and plants only. That's the Emerald Dream. In other words, it's basically the same world that we have here, except again, no ruins, no buildings, no structures, no craters, none of the disasters we've caused. Just and of course lots and lots and lots of growth and overgrowth. Going throughout the entirety of everything, because the plants and animals were never restricted from growing. Nothing else ever prevented them from continuing to flourish. It's basically a garden world, as I believe it's called in some science fiction settings. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. Now, the Emerald Dream is a subdimension, a plane. So the Emerald Dream is not actually another planet within, you know, the galaxy or whatever. It's another dimension which basically just contains the planet. Make sense? There have been some theories that the Emerald Dream actually extends beyond Azeroth. That there's an Emerald Dream for every world out there. We don't actually know if that's true or not. There's a couple little hints by that, but the one place that we know for sure actually has the Emerald Dream is Azeroth. Now, the Emerald Dream is the domain of the Green Dragons, or I should say was the domain of the Green Dragons. And I think we'll save most of the rest of that discussion for later. Suffice it to say that, like many other subplanes, the dream can affect the real world just like the real world can affect the dream. Also, druids tend to go back and forth into the dream. I would say at will, but it's not that easy. But a druid can literally enter the dream and then go back into the real world, and things from the dream can leave the dream and go back out into the real world as well. So, like I said, it's a subdimension. As reprehensible as your task was, it had to be done. Now you must look into the face of evil. I am too low level? Seriously? Oh my god. Wow, I have full frickin' gear going for that too. Yeah, let's go and grab that. Anyways, that's... Wow. Of all the problems I've anticipated having on this lore run, that is not one of them. Clearly I should have waited on this area. Whatever. What was I saying? See you around, Shiryu. Right, okay, the reason I was bringing up the dream, of course, was these are, when Emerald Dragons die, and, you know, or are consumed or whatever, they basically go back into the dream. That's where they end up. That's the equivalent of their afterlife. Obviously, it's not a literal afterlife. It's just where their spirits and souls end up. Most given individuals, their souls go to a specific point after they die. And in most of those cases, they will then reconstitute into a new body in their location. The only exceptions to this are the mortals. Yeah, I'm a little weirded out by that, Sigma. I really shouldn't be hitting a gray quest. That's ridiculous. But anyways, so mortals are the only races that when they die, I mean, their soul still exists after a mortal dies, although a mortal's soul can be destroyed. But everything else reconstitutes. They can just keep going more or less forever, unless their soul is destroyed at their home dimension. So, for example, if you were to go into the Emerald Dream and kill an Emerald Dragon there, it would be permanently gone. If you go into an elemental plane and kill one of the elements of that plane, permanently gone. If you are able to kill a demon in the Twisting Nether, permanently gone. That's how you permanently extinguish most immortal races.
Chronokai Christor.
So, we're gonna go...
Dionys Aka.
Oh, god dang it. And yes, Ragnaros is 100% absolutely, no really, dead. He's one of the few things we can say definitively is dead, because Ragnaros was killed in the elemental plane of fire. He's gone. He's not coming back. Thank God for that. Bastard.
Dionys Aka.
Yeah, Zuni is a good example. It is possible for a soul to be completely destroyed.
The Legion will fall.
I really hate to bring this up as an example because these have both been retconned, but both Archimonde and Xavius were examples of individuals whose souls were decimated and were supposed to be staying permanently dead. Unfortunately, that is not true in either case, but whatever. Moving on. So we've turned this in. Okay, so there we go. Now that we have the baseline crystal, we are going to need samples from the more dangerous areas on the island to complete the set that I'll be sending to Exodar. The next sample must come from the crystals controlled by the Blood Elves. I've heard reports they alter and harvest crystals for some magical apparatus. See if you can find one that has not yet been incorporated. Well, okay, I think I can do that. Retconned means retroactive continuity. Or in other words, if, like, say I had a story where Bob jumps off of jumps into a cliff and dies, and then later on I say, well, he didn't actually jump into a cliff and die, that's just what people thought he did. That's me retconning it. That's me changing what I already wrote in order to to fix it, basically, in order to smooth out story. There's lots of reasons for retconning. The most common reason you're going to hear for retconning is for, like, let's say you're writing a, yes, Ventures, you're writing a story, but you don't really have, like, you're not planning to make this story a long-term story. You're just writing like this. Well, let's say it turns out to be really, really popular, and you're like, oh, okay, well, now I have to keep writing more. So you didn't really write this story to make more happen. So as you try to stretch out the storyline, you have to kind of go back and retcon some of this stuff because it was never designed to keep going. So that's a common reason for the need to retcon something. Retcons are not always bad. The problem is retcons tend to be discouraging, especially if you do it too much. The more you retcon something, the more you make the story kind of meaningless, because after a certain point, if you're just going to change everything constantly, why bother to have any level of consistency, right?
Open your heart to the light.
So,
Favor the road traveled by few.
Warm wishes to you.
right, I
May your
deliberately
days
decided
be
not to do
long.
that one. I remember that one.
Hardships
Yes, Dragon Age Origins is a perfect example of something where several aspects of the setting were retconned, because it was never intended to have a sequel. There are a couple of other works like that. It's a fairly common thing, like I said. The problem with Blizzard is they tend to be really casual with retcons. Some of the retcons are totally okay. Now, I know everything about Metal Gear Solid 5 Grunge. Some of the things about that Blizzard have retconned, they've done so carefully and deliberately to make the story better. And then sometimes they did it because, and yeah, that's, yeah.
May the light embrace you.
Don't know what else to say to that. Okay, let's turn this
Be
in.
kind to those less fortunate.
Thundaran. Okay,
Arcanon Poros.
so we come back with the missive. Yes, absolutely, Grunge. There's also other things about Metal Gear Solid 5 that are a retcon. But again, most of the entire Metal Gear Solid series from 2 onwards includes a fairly large amount of retcons. By the way, it's RET. R-E-T. Just to clarify, if you want to ever say it in the future. Retroactive continuity. Retcon. Not D as in dog, but T as in tunnel snakes. So this is in Thalassian. Fortunately, I know the person who can translate it. Our chief interrogator, Elysian, is fluent in Thalassian. Take the document to her, see what she has to say.
Dionys Aka.
Alright, let's go see what he has to say. Oh, jeez, this is going to be funny.
Chronakai Christor.
I'm a bit busy here, Agent. This had better be important. Ah, I see. If what this document says is true, the Blood Elves have opened a portal to Outland. That would explain their seemingly endless numbers. I need you to deliver this transmitted document to Valen personally. I don't trust that deranged messenger. Explain to the Prophet that the Blood Elves are receiving reinforcements from Outland, and they have a spy amongst the Draenei and Exodar. Valen resides in the Vault of Lighting inside the Exodar. Make haste.
Do not lose faith.
I'll work on that later, actually. Now, I'd also like to say Madan is another example of a character that I don't like. See, I have to explain this for a bit. I actually like characters who are big, super awesome, ridiculously powerful, if they're presented well. Like, if they're done well. You know what I mean? A really powerful character who's interesting is someone I'm more in favor of than a really powerful character who's really powerful. So, without mentioning Madan's powers, and how incredibly powerful he is, and how he's a shaman, who's a priest, who's a paladin, who's a mage, try to explain to me Madan's character.
The Legion's end draws near.
Yeah, I know, Grunge. That's actually the thing that pisses me off most about 5. Whoa. Why did he get... Why did that... Oh, that got deleted because it thought there was a link in there. Yeah, so what Dreadfuse just said, sorry for that linking. You put a period in there and I deleted it. A half-human, half-Draenei, half-orc, multi-class thing that can one-shot deities. Or demi-deities, rather. Yeah. Madon is his power. He has no character. He has no personality. He's got nothing else. So he's this ridiculously super powerful character with no character underneath it. So he's like a wrecking ball. No, I'm sorry. He's basically nothing. There's nothing there. That's why I dislike Madon. If they did something with him, if they actually tried to make him into a real personality, which was interesting, or took him in a different direction, or tried something to do with him, okay, I'm okay with that. But they didn't. He's just some kid who's terrible. And that's it. That's all it is. He is the son, for those of you curious, of I suddenly can't think of her name. He's the son of Medivh and Garona. God, I couldn't think of her name. He's the son of Medivh and Garona. And Garona herself is half Draenei, half human, hence the 3 species thing. And to my knowledge, he has actually been de-empowered as the guardian of Tirsifal as of the current time. I've also noticed that quite a few of the actual writers of WoW have gone out of their way to not do anything with Madon. They're just kind of pushing him over into the corner and don't really want to interact with him. For those of you not aware, you might be wondering, who the heck is Madon? He's never in the game. In fact, I think he's referenced once in the entire game. Madon is solely a invention of the comics of World of Warcraft, in a lead-up storyline that was the establishment for the pre-Cataclysm event, where he ended up going up against Cho'Gall and the dying corpse of Cthulhu. Hey, Azshara, glad you liked it. So that's why you've probably never heard of Madon, and that's why I hope we never see him in the game. Just my thoughts on the matter. Anyways, so where were we? We've learned much of our enemies in recent days. The Blood Elves are being led by a being known as Seronas and plot to destroy us. Ultimately, they seek to enslave Oros, that's the Naru who is in charge of Exodar right now, and regain control of the Exodar. Light be praised, we have stopped their supply line by destroying the Sun Gate. Unfortunately, they continue to contaminate the vector coil to poison the land, using the metagenic properties of the fallout to their advantage. With this knowledge, Ademchius has devised a plan. Seek him out.
Blessings upon your family.
Idiot McGee. I forget his name, little Billy. No, like I said, Madon was only in the comics. He wasn't even in the books. And I'm pretty sure he is referenced once in the game.
Blessings upon you.
I am in need of your services, Light Whisper. I have a plan to topple the entire Sunhawk army, but before we can progress, I need to gather some vital information. We need to identify the weaknesses in their primary defenses. Unfortunately, we have been unable to get close enough to the vector coil to gauge their defenses. If we could get the prisoner to talk, we could break the information we need and get to the line to destroy the coil. You heard me. I want to blow the damn thing up. Our attempts at interrogation have failed miserably. Torture is, of course, out of the question. What we need is a Draenei on the inside. I can cast a spell upon you that will make you appear a blood elf and adjust your language. Through subterfuge, we may be able to find the information we need out of this captured agent. Under this guise, I want you to get whatever information you can out of the prisoner. And Light Whisper, do not leave Bloodwatch, or the spell will fall. Oh my god, guys, we're playing a Blood Elf again. Yay. Hang on, I need to change something really quick here. There we go. So, I'm not even going to comment on the language thing. I am going to comment on one thing. This, once again, showcases the difference between the Draenei and the Blood Elves. Even the good Blood Elves, the one we play as over in the Silver Moon Blood Elves, basically, they are still very pragmatic and still willing to do unpleasant or horrible things if they need to in order to go ahead and accomplish what they need to do. You know, ends justifying the means. They may regret it, but they're willing to do it. The Draenei have a situation where they need to rip information out of this person, and they basically refuse to torture her to do it. They could. They could have actually gone to this woman, tortured her, ripped the information out of her brain, done all sorts of terrible things to interrogate her, but they refuse to because they're the Draenei. For them, the ends do not justify the means. And that actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because the Draenei know exactly what happens when you devolve into that mentality. They've seen it happen. They've seen other people in other worlds who have fallen to Legion's corruption, who have gone too far into pragmatism and ended up at the other side of evil intent. So it's a nice way to dichotomize the two. In my opinion, Hylisk, as of this point in time, the player character, as of the end of Warlords, is the single most powerful insert class here in the world. There might be other individuals of tremendous power who can contest us with that. For example, a player who is a mage is probably not as powerful as, say, Kil'jaeden, one-on-one. But amongst the world, I would say a player probably surpasses Jaina and Khadgar at this point. At the very least, we are certainly getting to the point where we're going to be doing that by the end of Legion. So we're either there, or we're about to be there. One of the two. Well, this is it. We're in prison for life.
Christor.
The captured Sunhawk agent eyes you suspiciously. I've never seen you before. Who are you? I'm a prisoner. What does it look like? This Draenei filth captured me as I exited the Sun Gate. They killed our portal controllers and destroyed the gate. The Sun King will be most displeased with this turn of events. The captured Sunhawk agent smirks. Well, don't worry, New Blood. There are many more portal controllers and many more suitable locations for portals. I am certain that Saronis will have a new gate up soon. These blue-skinned dogs are not long for this world. Saronis and the Abominations will clean up whatever the Sunhawk forces leave behind. Ah, yes, Sirona. I'd nearly forgotten Sirona was here. I served under Sirona back on Outland. I hadn't heard of this Abomination, though. Those damnable Draenei captured me before I even fully materialized on this world. It was Sirona's idea. The Abomination's actually one of their own. He's a high-ranking member of the Draenei military order, Triumvirate, or some such knowledge. Whatever that thing is, it's massive, powerful, and full of rage. Any attacks against the Vector Coil will almost certainly result in failure as long as that Abomination's around. Wow, incredible. What did Sirona do to accomplish such a thing? Sirona claims that certain Eridar possess the ability to transform others of the race into Manati, savage, demonic beings. Draenei were supposedly once Eridar, and Sirona is a powerful Eridar. Can you believe it? These pathetic creatures were once all-powerful demons. What kind of fool rejects such power? Sirona's an Eridar. I mean, yes, obviously. Obviously, how else she can infiltrate their ranks and pass for a Draenei? She's been living amongst them for a long time. Well, the Vector Coil is massive. I hope we have more than one Abomination guarding its numerous weak points. Numerous? It has 2 weak points. The base of the structure on the west side and the base of the structure on the east. Hey, wait a minute. How would you know anything about the Vector Coil? Didn't you say you were captured before you were materialized? I did, and you believed me. Thank you for your information, Blood Elf. You could have helped us more than you could know. I'd like to think that I'm a good interrogator, based on that interaction. Guys, I am not Gabe Newell. I know I've been gaining weight lately because of some health issues, but not that big yet.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Well done, indeed. Are you ready to eradicate the Blood Elf menace from our island forever? I would not ask you to single-handedly bear the burden of destroying the Vector Coil and slaying Seronis. However, I do believe you can be helping clearing the way for others. Take the road going north. Once there, go left to Vindicators Rest. Corin will be waiting for you.
Do not lose faith.
That's true, Reach. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab a couple of things here. We don't need to do this quest, actually, so let's just go ahead and get rid of that one. I play Hearthstone, but not that often. I play it basically once a week for the tavern thing. And then I lose, and then I give up. So you say, Reach. So you say. That does appear to be the way things are going so far. Let's go ahead and turn that in really quick before we move north. Yes, there were monks before the Pandorans, but not playable. Monks and the particular method by which they learn and train and whatnot and in lore has been a thing for a long time, because access with the Pandorans is not exactly a new thing. Remember, there are plenty of Pandorans that we have actually been aware of for many, many years because of the roaming isle, the turtle. Pandaria itself was sealed off, so we didn't really know much about Pandaria, but we did know about the Pandorans. It's a key distinction there. So they had, several of them, including Chen, of course, himself, being the big one, had actually roamed and traveled and shared knowledge of how to be a monk. It worked, Reach! What? I am an amazing driver of my motorcycle. Thank you very much.
Arcanon Poros.
All right, we have the second sample for this guy. Excellent. This shard is much different from the initial. Do you see how it pulsates? That's worrisome. I'll make a note in my report of the alterations the Blood Elves appear to have made. Thank you again for your help. There's one final sample before I can send this to Exodar. It must come from the Satyr stronghold, Axarian. I'm not certain what to expect from this crystal sample, but I'm sure there will be some signs of corruption.
May your days be long.
Right now, it is approaching 7 o'clock, 7 p.m., I should say. And yes, there are multiple time zones over here in the States. I gotta say it's approaching 4 p.m., but I don't live over there. I don't live with Blizzard, guys. Or do I? Secretly, I actually am World of Warcraft, manifested into a physical being. I've been trying to talk about myself all this time, and I'm glad you guys have finally given me the option to do so. Thank you for your assistance in ensuring that Operation Warcraft the World will come to pass soon. Soon the world, the real world, will be Warcraft. Everything will be Warcraft. Anyways, so you'll notice there's actually quite a few satyrs around here. Okay, so any given race, hang on, let me rewind a moment. There's a lot to be said about demonic infusing. So there's two types of damn it, Regal. There's two types. Dude, I live in Georgia. I've even told you that. There's two types of demonic infusion. There's the proper way and the improper way. Now, to our knowledge, only two beings ever have actually had the proper way done to them. That would be Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, are the two that were properly turned into fully balanced, fully well-designed demons. They were converted by Sargeras himself. This was the deal that was also offered to Valen. So, glad you're liking it, by the way, Kemek. Those two, I kind of already talked about this. They have the ability to wield demonic power and fel energy without consequence, basically. They can do so without burning themselves up and killing their own lifespan. Every other demon has to do something in order to make it work, has some consequence of it, some payment for it, is, in other words, not a full 100% conversion, okay? Now, so that's like, even amongst the higher-ups of the Burning Legion, most of them have plenty of ways that they can still practice fell magic without it really affecting them all that much. Nope. So, anyone who is converted by the Legion at a higher level, no, that was me in Johto. Anyone who is converted at a higher level usually has some other method to keep themselves going. Most of the lower conversions usually have a bit of a morphing effect going on. So we see that the Eridar can turn into the Minari, to use just one example. But the more important example that I'm bringing to is, of course, the Satyrs. Now, these used to be Night Elves. These creatures are just indicative of what happens when you are badly infused with fell energy. Now, Satyrs can still exist for long periods of time, of course. It's plenty easy and plenty capable for... whoop, whoop, whoop. Well, there goes Celestial. I don't have any sugar, Regal. Seriously, I don't. So the fact that they have the mutated, more muscular features, the fact that they have the extra hair growth, the fact that they have the horns coming out of their heads, all of the, the fact that they have the hooves, all of this is indicative of what happened when they are infused with fell energy. We actually literally see this happen on camera at one point in time. Not actually with satyrs, but with orcs. We actually see what happens to an orc when fell energy is poured into it, when at the very moment of that infusion. And again, horns are very common, usually consistent of crystallized fell energy, and they usually lose their ability to function as a normal being. They don't need food, they don't need water, they don't need to procreate. So the only way for new satyrs to exist is for them to corrupt and contaminate new night elves into being more of them, if that makes any sense. By the way, this is really off topic, but anyone remember when Mind Flay had a shorter range than every other spell in the game? You might be, those of you who don't know about that are probably looking at me like, well, why would that matter? Well, it matters because if you were to do so, certain boss fights, you wanted the mages to be at range. And if you weren't at range, then you would get hit by attacks. So we had to come up with specific strategies for certain boss fights in order to make it work at all, because of the fact that the shadow mages were all up closer in range than the rest of the mages were. And it kind of was a pain to work around anyways. I hope at least some of you are entertained by this. I noticed that chat's just kind of talking amongst itself over there, which is normal, of course. Hopefully my YouTube viewers are enjoying this. Let's go ahead and fix that really quick. Ah, crap. I didn't mean to do that yet. Yeah, we're fine. Oh, yeah. I remember the Hunter Dead Zone. So, for those of you not aware of what Godric's talking about, there used to be a specific point that was too close, but too far, or not close enough and not far enough, depending on how you define it, where you could not hit an enemy as a hunter. Too far away for melee, too close for range, basically. And so, if you got within that dead zone, a hunter could not hit you. I mean, they had a couple of things they could do, but, And, yeah. It was an interesting time about it. Now, we haven't done any dungeons yet, Agamemnon. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure that will go up pretty soon. After some consideration, by the way, I've decided that even non-voice-acted mortal moments will count for the mortal counter. So that'll be relevant because a couple of the early dungeons and raids actually don't have voice acting. So, And I can think of at least one specific example of someone who will be like mortals in Blackwing Lair, who, well, it'll count because of the fact that I just changed that rule just now. Wow, so this is great. This is great. So here we have a gnome camping out in a turtle shell's corpse. These turtles are actually used by the Naga as a means of transportation and this by the way, I'm sorry, this is a great thing to talk about real quick. So this is really indicative of the Naga's perspective, or at least the military Naga's perspective. So they will get these turtles and they'll use them as transports and, you know, siege ships, you know, that kind of a thing, in order to get themselves to and from. And if they ever need to berth in a particular location, if they're landing basically on an island, all they do is command the turtles to go all the way up there and then either die or be killed. Take your pick. Because they don't need it anymore. You know, the Naga think that this turtle has served its purpose, so it'll just stay here and be dead. So any given place where there's Naga like that, you tend to notice that there's a big old turtle corpse on the beach as a result.
Pleased to meet you.
So anyways, gotta get my gnome voice going on. Just be very quiet. I'm observing murlocs. Living in an oversized turtle shell is a sacrifice I'm willing to make for science. After all, if the murlocs see me here, they'll react to my presence and contaminate my data. As the first gnomish member of the Explorers League, I'm boldly going places where no dwarf has gone before. Oh, I thought so. That grumpy old dwarf was supposed to help me carry my equipment and gather data, but all he does is sit in that strange Draenei town, drinking himself into a stupor.
You have a great day now.
Because it wasn't allowed to, Darker. Shh, keep your voice down, and don't call attention to me. If the murlocs detect my presence, the experiment will be ruined. I've already come perilously close to contaminating my data. While I was foraging yesterday, one of them must have wandered too close and discovered my camp. I returned just in time to see two of them carrying off a crate with most of my equipment. It's bound to be in one of their settlements around here, but I can't risk revealing my presence. Are you willing to help?
Be seeing you.
I bet you guys can't wait until I actually do the Gnomish starter zone. My observations and writings about the Black Silt Murlocs are quite illuminating, Light Whisper, but they are just the beginning. I plan to return to Ironforge with items produced by the Black Silt's rudimentary crafting skills. The problem is that the Black Silt carry these items with them at all times, and I can't have their blood on my conscience. If you're willing to help me gather the idols carried by the Black Silt seers and crude knives of the warriors, I won't ask how you came by them.
Alrighty then.
Well, okay. Ah! I have been attacked once more by the Reach network. The network of Reaches. So apparently this is going towards the Skittle counter. And I think the one Joker is gone. See you around Slatatos. So, Skittle counter. There we go. Bzz. Oh yeah, for no Mragan. There we go. First of all, thank you for the donation, Reach. Second of all, so when we get to our two main characters, a Blood Elf Paladin and a Worgen Death Knight respectively, we will be wearing a different transmog suit based on your guys' donations. So at the moment, as you can see, the we'll call it the sexy suit to be as PG as possible about it, is the one that is winning. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, gnomes are kind of irreverent, I think is probably the best word to describe gnomes in general. I don't want to really talk too much about gnomes right now, but let's just say that for them, the idea of literally irradiating their entire city in order to deal with an invasion force that was causing them issues is totally normal, and it is great by itself. No, Chris. Oh my god, no. Screw you. No. I would also have to go and get it on a character that has never even been to Encourage and is level 58, so it's not going to happen. Hey, the sexy suit for the Death Knight will also be a thing. It's just not quite the one you're probably thinking. But yes, the gnomes are totally cool with doing interestingly questionable things as long as there's a reason for it. That's really what the gnomes boil down to. There has to be reason for it. You know, that's actually true, Chris. You could drag me through there. Damn it, no. We're not letting that be a thing. No. Don't do it, man. I will totally acknowledge that, Reach. You have absolutely been the one carrying the Skittles suit to victory. Or to second place in this case. But you never know. It might be to victory. Hopefully. We've still got a little more stuff to do before we actually start playing those characters. Oh my goodness. The bug pauldrons. No. We're not wearing... Well, first of all, I couldn't get those for forever, Psychotic. I don't know, I'm sorry, but the AQ40 gear is, in my opinion, the ugliest gear in this game. Just overall. Amongst all of the general gear sets. I hate the bug gear. Yeah. No thank you. I don't think Dios is interested in WoW, so that wouldn't be there. Hey, I am thankful, Reach. All joking aside, thank you very much, Reach, for the donations. It does mean a lot to me. You are the reason I could keep doing this. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. People like you. Oh, no kidding, Darker. This is another reason I was really hoping to wait for Legion to come out before doing this Lorerun. Because I know we're going to learn some things about the Vrykul. And yeah, so like, for example, I already know for a fact that there's something that I could tell you about the Valkyr that has now been proven a lie as a result of the info we already have from Legion. So, I actually was planning to go ahead and talk about that. And then, that information came out. It's like, oh, crap. Well, that's one thing for sure that I know is no longer true. How many other things about the Vrykul and the Valkyr are not true, But anyways. Murloc Knife. See, I was more thinking the wonky mage set, Power Girls. Well, I was going to comment on what the Valkyr were. In the original intent of what I was going to talk about. Exactly how they came to be, that kind of a thing, based on what we knew at the time. Well, like I said, that has now been proven wrong. Because there's the Valkyr on the Lost Isles, and it's like, kind of changes the game a little bit there. Got the equipment. Now I just need to kill lots of Murlocs. So I don't know if you guys are noticing. I swear this isn't true on, like, every single thing. But as I mentioned yesterday on the Blood Elf starter zone, a lot of the starter zones in God, a lot of the starter zones in this game involve Murlocs to some extent or another. Quite a few of them also involve gnolls. But pretty much all of them involve Murlocs. Murgle, 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 Murgle. As they say. That's true. Goblins don't have Murlocs. I don't believe... Do Worgen have Murlocs? Not sure. Damn it, Reach. I used to be able to do a perfect Murloc impression. I can't actually do it now. I actually tangentially like the idea of Gondrick, by which I mean I'll have to see how it actually functions to see if I really like the idea or not. But I do like the idea on the face of it, and the reason why is because I like spreading it out. I like making it so that each spec of Hunter will feel very different. I'm one of those people who likes that idea, that each spec of a class should play fundamentally different. Yeah, I like the... there's another one of those turtles, by the way. I like the idea of the three hunters feeling very different from each other. For those of you not aware, they're splitting it up so that Beast spec will be pretty much as Hunter is now. Marksman will be no pet at all, but just, you at ranged. And then Survival will be you at melee with a pet. So again, completely different feel there. I haven't decided which I'm going to go with yet in my Hunter. I will definitely be trying out Survival. I just haven't decided if I'm going to go with that long term. Don't worry, Reach. We will see Skittles happen, I hope. Especially if Dios shows up. Okay. Did you manage to get my equipment? Oh, this is fantastic! The theft of my equipment has left me with more insight into the nature of these Murlocs than I could have possibly gained with weeks of observations. I already know what I'm going to say in my report already.
When faced with the products of technologically superior culture, the Black Silt displayed none of the curiosity characteristics of emerging cultures as a humanoid species. It's brilliant! The gentlemen in Ironforge are going to love it! I can't thank you enough. Light Whisper. That's
You
my
have
name.
a great day now. Hi, how are you?
Astounding. Simply astounding. These are perfect, Light Whisper. I can already see them under the glass in a museum in Ironforge. The text for this display is virtually writing itself in my head. Your help has been invaluable in getting my studies back on track. How do you spell your name? I want to make sure it appears in my report as co-author. One of the chaps at the ship gave me this treasure map to cover about gambling debt, but mythology isn't my area of study. Superstitious lot, sailors. Sure, why not?
Be seeing you.
Oh.
Can I help you?
Inventory is full. God, I really need to get a new bag at some point.
Off and away.
I don't disagree with you, Hylisk. I really don't. Even though, by my own statement, I totally disagree with you, because I want the specs to feel different. But I do kind of wish that it was a choice thing, but I understand that it can't be, and I don't know. It's just a mess all around. Anyways. I don't think there's a good solution to that problem, you know? Unless you were somehow to make Unholy feel completely differently despite being locked in with the same type of weapon as Frost, so I don't know. This crudely drawn map reveals nothing of its maker, but it appears to have been drawn with an unsteady hand. Wavering lines and symbols depict a small pavilion with broken columns. If the map is to be believed, the cluster of ruins appears to be located on the eastern coast of the island. Good, Reach. I mean, I hate to say that. I'm not trying to bash Tor. I am saying good because the Tor lore run almost made me change my mind about the WoW lore run. You know what I mean? Like, I was actually this close to abandoning the WoW lore run because of how bad the Tor lore run went. If some of you may have been around when I did a little bit of the Dwarven starting zone, as I just literally did a lore run of it as a test to see if I felt like it was still going to be a viable format. Obviously, that test was a wild success. It was very popular. A lot of people liked it, so I'm like, awesome, we're going to keep going forward with this. And then I spent months and months practicing for this. This has been a long time in coming. So I thank you all for joining me for it. And I hope you're enjoying. I feel like I have a lot less to talk about in the Draenei section. Yeah, it was a bad game to lore run. Absolutely, Grunge. I admit my flaw now. That was my mistake. I should have done a test run. I should have examined it a little more carefully and a little more cautiously, rather than just jumping into it and assuming I can do a Tor lore run. That was arrogance and stupidity on my part. And so that is my fault and no one else's. I suppose you could also argue it's BioWare's fault, but that's not the point. So like I said, I hope this run's doing a lot better, and that you guys are enjoying it a lot more. I am enjoying it a lot more. I've been having a lot of fun replaying through this. Oh, is this... Ah, this isn't it. Damn. So there's a couple jumping puzzles in this game. There's not many. And, yeah, that's all I got. Yeah, that is so unfortunately true, Darker. I feel like the Draenei were brought in, like quick, oh, we need a race. You know, any race. Just give us some kind of a race. And so they came up with the Draenei because of the fact that on paper, yeah, I know, right, Grunch? On paper, oh, I can't too, Groovy Joe. I like Dwarven stuff a lot. Yeah, on paper, adding the Draenei with the Blood Elves makes perfect sense. The two stories are practically the same story, especially with Outland being the primary story of BC. It's just it was really badly handled for reasons I've already talked about in BC, because the writers weren't coordinating with each other, and a lot of these writers had never played Warcraft 3 or Frozen Throne, so they had no idea what they were doing. So the Draenei were basically mishandled in BC, and then basically didn't exist in Wrath, and didn't exist in Catan, and didn't exist in Pandaria, and then they were finally supposed to be coming back in Warlords. And, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Point being, damn it, people. I like the Draenei as a species. I think there's some interesting things about them. They hit a unique balance between pragmatic and idealistic, you know? I'm sorry, Dreadfuse. Go to sleep, man. I'll be here tomorrow, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Thursday, and oh god, I'm never leaving this seat. Anyways, hey Ryan, I do think BioWare should have probably stuck with Microsoft. Even though Microsoft is in many ways as bad, it's still pretty bad. Or it's still better than, you know, EA. I mean, for God's sakes, expel all, you know? Anyways, we found our journal. Maybe this is what the map is referencing. You examine the book carefully. It concludes it must be a journal. Its pages are filled with an elegant script differing from that of the map. The text of many pages is obscured by drawings and writing in the mapmaker's hand. It's nearly impossible to make out the text beneath the mapmaker's tales of drunken carousing during shore leave. Lacking the means to read the book's contents, you think about who might be able to separate the author's words from the mapmaker's scrawl. And then you remember Anchorite Patheus' collection of artifacts from countless cultures. You wonder if his experienced eyes might be able to help you decipher the book's contents. I'm ready, Reach. Hit me. I would have been okay with that too, Grunge, absolutely. By the way, I am not on Windows 10, and I never will be. Never thought of that, Reach. Okay, so the problem with the Tor lore run is Tor is kind of a badly designed MMO. Before anybody jumps over me, I just want to make this clear. I'm not saying Tor is a bad MMO. I'm not saying you can't enjoy it. I'm not saying the story is bad. None of that. But it is a badly designed MMO, and as I explained during the lore run, it's obvious why. Because they'd never made an MMO before, and so they tried to make WoW light, and they had no idea what they're doing, and it showed. So, Tor, the Tor lore run, usually involved, like let's do this visually, okay? So let's say this is all of the quests I'm doing in a particular area, okay? So I have stuff to talk about during this stuff. So I'm like, talk, and I've run out of stuff to talk about. Then I have to keep running around with nothing to talk about. Slog. Okay, finish the zone. Now we do the next zone. Big old chunk of content. This much to talk about. Tor has tons of padding in it, and I mean tons of padding. And it's in all over the place in the design philosophy. The transit time, the excessive amount of trash mobs, the inability to distinguish from them, the fact that things are too much health. There's a lot of padding in Tor. And so I had some really good stuff to talk about, especially during the agent storyline, See Around Darker. So I was, that was great. But the rest of the time I'm just like, all right, so it's like talk. Okay, now I gotta go do these 50 things. Clunk. And that's ignoring balancing issues and a few other problems I don't even want to get into. Yeah, the Trooper story. Oh, God, the Trooper story. That is also my fault. Anyways. So, yeah. Again, no comments on Tor's quality, story-wise. That's not the discussion here. But there was a lot of padding. So anyways, back to turning in some
The
quests.
Legion will fall.
So we have just returned with the corrupted crystals from the satyrs. Without their leader and the recovery of the corrupted crystals underway, we can safely keep the satyr in check. Light knows how many more of these wretched creatures are out there. Harbinger Mikolas and I are grateful for the help you've provided in dealing with the satyr before they could become a larger threat. Your work stands as a reminder that the vigilance is key to victory against the Legion and its minions.
Favor the road traveled.
I also want to give a little bit of perspective here. What, Grunge? Back. It's awesome, Ryan, but of course I haven't played XCOM 2 yet. I mean, I have, but not really. So, a little bit of perspective here. Keep in mind, these guys still don't really know what's going on in this world. They're still aliens in this world. They're still the fish out of water situation. So, having come to this new world, the first thing that happens is this horrible, disastrous tragedy happens. And they're like, oh God, we've screwed up everything. We need to try and fix it. The next thing that happens is, oh my God, it was sabotage. The Blood Elves from back home on Outland are working against us, so we have to work against them. Next basic thing you find out is that there's freaking demons here. Because satyrs are technically demons. There's actually two types of demons. I've decided for the sake of sanity, unless it actually matters, I'm never going to differentiate them. Unless anybody wants me to specifically mention, this is a demon, this is an infused, I'm just going to call them all demons to save myself the vocabulary. So they come here and they find demons. This has got to be the most intolerable thing for the Draenei, especially given how many millennia these people have been fighting against and running away from the Legion. So I just wanted to give a little bit of perspective on how horrible it must be for these people to get here and have this horrible, horrible problem, you know what I mean? I can't even think of a real-life equivalent of that, in all honesty. Okay, here's the difference. There are demons that are innate demons. They were born that way. That's naturally what they are. And then there's demons that are actually another race that has been fel-infused to become an artificial demon. This is the difference right here. There are actually very, very, very few natural demons in this setting. Extremely few. There's like, I think, 4 races total who are natural demons. Most of the things we see that are demons are actually these other things. The Doom Guards are a great example of this. The Doom Guards are actually a construct species built by the Titans in order to go out and seek out magic users. And the Doom Guards were fel-infused to turn into Doom Guards, which is what they are now. So now they are demons, the second category. Insert Lady Gaga joke here. The Eridar, the Minari, actually, are another example of demons. The Moarg demons, or no, actually Moarg are a natural. The Nylons are artificial, you know, etc., etc. So the general point is the vast majority of demons are actually other races, like satyrs, to use a correct example, who have been infused with fel and turned into this artificial, here's this other thing. And also, I agree with what Hylisk said there. This is also pretty relevant. The mere fact that the Draenei have landed here on this planet, if everything was normal, like if this was a normal landing, no sabotage, no blood elves, you know, none of the Kael'thas situation, they end up here and they find a planet with demons. Their first reaction would probably to literally get right back in the ship and leave. So that's technically the third reason why the Draenei have ended up staying and becoming part of the Alliance. Yes, absolutely, Duncan. The Lich King is actually Illidan's child and also his father. And also himself. It's time travel-y. Yeah, Nethrazim, Sayad, and Moarg I know are naturals. I can't remember any other naturals off the top of my head. Let me think about that for a moment. Because I know Nylons are not. And I know Eridar are not. Those are the 2 big ones. And I know the Minari are not. And I know the Doom Guards are not. And I know Infernals technically don't count. Because they're not even creatures. They're just constructs. They're type 1 undead. Hey, Shadow. How'd the doctor's visit go? You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Warm wishes to you.
So, I have brought you a book, Anchoret Pedris. Or Paethus, excuse me. This is most intriguing. Yes, I should be able to make out what the original author wrote on the pages of this book. I should have everything I need for the process. This should only take a moment.
Be well.
Now, let's see here. In the process of translating this, I believe I've learned more about the drunken exploits of a certain Andrew Clementine than about the book's authors. But no matter. Mr. Clementine's contribution notwithstanding, this journal seems to be of a man named Nokai. The entries toward the end describe a brutal battle. Take a look at this passage. Dun, dun, dun.
Arcanon Poros.
Infernals are... I tend to refer to Infernals as type 1 undead, because that is actually literally what they are, basically. Infernals are chunks of the nether, infused with fel energy and given some kind of directive or sentience. They are more or less literally golems. They are just fel golems instead of, you know, whatever other kind. Arcane golems or elemental golems or whatever. Pit Lords, that is to say Nylon, are actually infused. They are not natural demons. So yes, you are correct. They are corrupted. They are not naturals. I used to use the distinction fel for the infused and demons for the naturals, but it got really hard to keep the two consistent, especially since fel is also an energy source and a magic type, and so that's why I've decided I'm just going to start calling all of them demons, and if I need to clarify this is an infused, then I can do so. You know, a corrupted being. Anyways. Actually, succubi are part of the Syad species, which makes them natural. Succubi and uncubi both are actually natural demons. Funny fact. And so are the Morg, and so are the I just lost this. The Nethrezim. I'm not sure what else. I feel like there's like one other race that is a natural demon. Really, the big one to take away from this is the Nethrezim. The Morg, they're pretty technologically advanced. Very technologically advanced, actually. And the God, I can never say, the succubi are particularly skilled in their particular form of influence. But the Nethrezim, if you're thinking of demons, you're basically thinking of them. They are the example of demons, the vampire demons. But I've already talked about them a bit, so let's just move on. Let's just move on. The translation is ready now. The enemy is nearly upon us. We have gathered up all the survivors and retreated to the temple to the east. It is the last ground we truly hold on the island, and there is a sense among the survivors that we will make our last stand here. I have taken to bury my last few possessions on the grounds of the temple with the hope that someone will find them and know what happened here.
Safe journey.
And we're going to do that really quick. I don't actually know that much about the in-depth inner workings of Witcher lore, so I can't actually answer that question. No. In fact, there's one thing that warlocks can summon that is not a demon at all, natural or otherwise. The warlocks can also summon void walkers, void creatures, which, as I've discussed before, are actually quite different than the void, or excuse me, than the fel. Excuse me. So, completely different thing going on there. Wow, this is funny. Oh, I hope not Sly Fox. That would be. CD Projekt Red is one of the really last truly amazing developers. They need to stay that way. In my opinion, they need to just stay amazing. Come on, guys. Just stay amazing. Please, for the love of God. And yeah, I'm hoping we see some new demons races in Legion. We should. Because so far, we've never really seen the Legion full tilt. We have seen armies of the Legion. We've seen scouts of the Legion. We've seen agents and lords of the Legion. But the actual Legion, the massive army, has never actually been shown on screen, so to speak. The closest we've had was Warcraft 3. And even that was only a single expansion force. One fleet, basically, to use the term. I'll actually be talking about that later, Dread, but let's just say that there's a reason I call that thing an abomination. Let's see. Grasses and shrubs. We find it. We find the box. Yay! And we open it. And we get the most important thing of all. A bag. However, we also get a ring. An inscription on the inside of the ring reads, "A token for my love to remember me by. May Elune watch over my dear Nulkai." And Nulkai was the gentleman who died there. Years and years ago. Doombringers. Hang on, I gotta see which ones those are exactly. Because I'm not sure off the top of my head. Pretty sure, however... Whoops, that's not what I meant. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure those are actually... Doomguards. Or a Doomguard, I should say. Yeah, that's a Doomguard. Okay, there we go. Yes. Whoops, where's the thing? There it is. So yes, I was right. The Doombringers are Doomguards. Doomguards and Doombringers are actually Titan creations. So not natural demons. They are corrupted or infused demons. I'm going the wrong way. Poor lurker. Well, Chemic. If the shoe fits, you know? I mean, seriously. If the shoe fits.
Good fortune.
Okay, let's turn in this elite quest really quick.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Okay, so we have the final crystal samples. The round's out the set. All that remains is to box them up and send them to the Exodar. Don't get me wrong, Light Whisperer. I'm sure the research is valuable, but we're faced with a number of other pressing problems out there.
Good health, long life.
Unfortunately, White Mage, because I don't really have the functional availability to do that, no. I have actually streamed the Green Fire quest. I did that live on camera, and I was actually really happy about doing that. Because I did that before they boosted things up, so I did that, when I was poorly geared. And I am damned proud for pulling that sucker off. I believe that that's still on my YouTube, actually. I will be discussing the Green Fire quest, because there's some very interesting Warlock lore in there. But I will not actually be doing it on camera, no. Actually, QQ, it mostly has to do with something I've talked about before. So I've mentioned how when you are infused with undeath, the more the more willing you are, the more power it gives to you. I actually had a great way to explain that too, and I will repeat it now for those of you who didn't hear me talk about it, because I just talked about this yesterday. Basically, the more willing you are, the more... Okay, so imagine like this is the total power that's being infused into you, okay? Just... Now, if you are fully willing to accept this terrible power, you get all of this power. So even if you're a weak person to begin with, you've got all this massive power, so you're relatively much stronger. However, if you are not all that willing, if you have doubts or whatnot, well, this chunk of the power over here is basically maintaining your loyalty, so you actually only get this much of the power. If you're completely unwilling, if you're the kind of person who is like, no, I will never serve the Scourge, then you only get this much of the power. It's why so many members of the Scourge are the basic zombies, skeletons, and ghouls. Those are the most basic, down-to-earth garbage troops of the Scourge, because those people were never willing. So all of that massive undeath power is fully is being consumed by just maintaining their loyalty. You with me? It's the same thing with demonic infusion, with the infusion of arcane energies and whatnot. So some creatures that want, if you willingly drink of the blood of Manaroth, if you willingly shove demonic power into yourself, you become this big, hulking, powerful creature. If you do not want to do that, if you are resisting it constantly because you're a being of the light, like of Draenei, for example, then it's going to break you and distort you. I hope that answers that question a little bit. What am I doing? I'm killing blood elves. Die, blood elves, die. All blood elves must die. Shivara are another example of an infused. Thank you, Mass. Hey, Omni. Thanks, Omni? Not sure what to make of that. So, we found her husband. The corpse appears to be dressed in the manner of a technician, but the pendant is absent. You have no means of identifying the corpse with the information he gave you, but the clothing appears to be torn in search of valuables. The blood elves in the area would have claimed anything of value, and I probably should have not killed them all before I got here. So there's his ghost. No, you're not More, but I sense you've met her. When you see her, tell her that I survived the crash only be done in by the infiltrators. Let her know my last thoughts were of her. Oh, gotcha, Omni. Yeah, no, it's pretty gross. The thought of literally drinking demon blood is just... So, this is Galen's journal, and I quote, I watched as they beat him without mercy. Their ruthless lieutenant acted as if such cruelty was an act of normalcy. Through the savage beatings, I could feel myself breaking. As I watched Vindicator Sarun take their blows, I began to weep, not out of fear. I wept out of sadness. To see a Draenei of the Triumvirate treated in such a manner. If only I could have broken my bonds. If only... Turn to the next page. After what seems like an eternity, the Vindicator lost consciousness. The torture was too much, even for him. The cruel one, Matis, as I found he was called, attempted to wake Sarun by splashing contagion-laced water across his ravaged body, but Sarun did not wake. That's a good point, Bermius. I wanted to scream, but only a low gasp escaped my lips. I was promptly beaten for this act of rebellion. As I lay on the ground, I could see Matis pacing in front of Saruan's body. He seemed visibly concerned. He stated that Serona or some such would have his flesh flayed if Saruan perished in the beating. That the Serona entity had plans for, and then the writing stops abruptly, and a long line scrolls off the page. This Draenei died making this entry. Yeah. Let's see if we can find her pendant, shall we? We all like kitties, but we'd all agree puppies are terrible. But Ravagers are the best. I would absolutely have a Ravager pet if I could. I'm almost going to feel bad not playing a Shadow Priest next. This is great. Just dot, move on, dot, move on. I wonder if any of my lobies are a Warlock. Not that it matters. My first spell would actually not be Shadow Word Pain or Corruption. It would be Shadow Bolt, which is just kind of boring. Big ol' Shadow Bolt. So yeah, I'm not really what I would call a huge fan of torture. God, it's such a weird day and age where I have to make that sentence. But oh yeah, Moonfire is another good example. But I will have to say that under some circumstances in this setting, there are quite a few individuals who seem to be totally okay with torture as a necessary means of accomplishing their ends. I say that because that absolutely does not excuse the Sunhawks and what they're doing, which is basically torturing the guy for fun. Yeah. Oh, hey, I just got Devouring Plague. Do it, Azshara. Do it. No, don't do it. Cats are expensive. Do I even have a way? Oh, I have Mind Blast now. Hang on, where's Mind Blast? Where's... Oh, there it is. There we go. So now, just to share really quick, I get a new other little aspect of thing. I get these orbs of shadow orbiting around me. Now, I'm mentioning this because in addition to the fact that they look kind of cool having these shadow orbs, they're actually called void orbs, or in some lore. In addition to the fact that I have these shadow orbs orbiting around me, there's a lore aspect to them. So, remember how I mentioned that the void retracts from, takes away from? So, when I have a shadow orb, what I literally have is a chunk of someone's soul, or life, or memories, or, you know, whatever. It's just some piece of them that I have claimed for myself, and I'm keeping around myself like a bit of ammo. And at any point in time, I could consume that ammo to do something called Devouring Plague, which does that. Devouring Plague, of course, pretty much frickin' kills the crap out of them. Now, okay, all joking aside, what Devouring Plague does is it's not actually a disease, kind of like how certain other things in lore are. In lore, Devouring Plague is literally you completely and utterly consume the target with void energies, which saps away their life and puts it into you, healing you at their expense, at their wounds and injuries. Yeah. No, I swear we're the good guys. But yeah, Devouring Plague is... Don't tell me that, Opeth. That's saddening. I don't want my... I actually, on my actual Shadow Priest, I have the Raven glyph. So I've got the Shadow Ravens flying around me, and it's awesome. And I don't want to lose that. But anyways, Oh, God. No comment, Hylisk. No comment. So, yeah, her husband is really, really dead. So So he looks at you hopefully. Did your search turn up any trace of him? Oh, that just hurts. Because there's that one moment of, you know, she knows her husband's dead. I know her husband's dead. But you know what it's like when that one moment you think, maybe things aren't quite as bad as I thought. You know what I'm talking about? That moment of hope, which is then, of course, immediately destroyed. You tell Moray of your findings in the wreckage of the cryocore. And as she says herself, I guess I know on some level, but I wouldn't let myself believe it. It's not the news I was hoping for, but you have my thanks for finding him.
Seek the path of the light.
A hot bath, Shadow. Seriously, the heat helps. Actually, I want to do... Whoa! Whoa. Oh, that's why. I haven't done that quest yet. Someone else just did that quest. Yeah, the immediately crushed hope. I hate that feeling.
Good fortune.
Kuro's face turns pale as he reads the journal. Saruman was my master, my teacher, my mentor. I took his place among the triumvirate only recently, after we had given up searching for him. Mattis.
Be kind to those less
Mattis will be brought to justice. I want you to be the one to find him and bring him back to the triumvirate. Scour the island for this killer. Should you find him, use this gun. They will come and assist in his capture.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Wait, what are you asking about, Grunge? Alright, time to go finish this up. I don't know about that entertaining thing, Deutsch, but I try. I try. So, everything we've done here is all boiled down to the Blood Elves. Notice the thematic significance of this, by the way. The Draenei come here, and the first thing they dealt with was nearby animals and the consequences of their pollution and the mutation of the terrain. The next thing they deal with is the Blood Elves. Then they deal with a bunch of other things. Oh, yes, Grunge. Yes, I did read that, and it was awesome. On stream, I read that. Anyways, during the Witcher 3 exploration. So yeah, most of this stuff in Azuremyst has all been about the Draenei finding their place in this new world. But Bloodmyst has almost entirely been so focused on the idea of the Blood Elves. Pretty much everything that has been going wrong has all been tied back to them. Even the other things we're dealing with, like the Furbogs who have been influenced, or the satyrs who are more active in the area, or the mutation of the local wildlife, all of that has been done deliberately by the Blood Elves. So now it's time to go finish them off. So our final bundle of quests here.
The Legion's end draws near.
Only the most battle-hardened, noble, and positively fearless will submit to Lagosso's mission. The Exarch did not order any agent of the Hand to take on the task of destroying the Vector Coil. He refused to send any Draenei to their death, because that's what this mission is. Suicide. My job is to soften up the Sunhawk defenses. You are to slay the Sunhawks near the Vector Coil, and keep the path clear for our champion, whoever that may be. And it totally won't be me. Well, I don't really want the dog, Grunge. But I will do that, absolutely. Most of the creatures touched by the crystal's energy have been corrupted in the same ways. Strange marks on their flesh, increased aggression, and small crystal shards in their bodies. However, the fouled water spirits north of here have been turning entirely to crystal. I've never seen anything react to the crystal this way before. When we explored the foul pool, they were particularly dangerous. We must get rid of them before the Sunhawks can exploit them as a new source of energy.
Good help.
We must ensure that Reach... hang on. I am supposed to read this to chat. Hang on just a second, because it's kind of tiny. Hey, Formosan. Reach is the best fan and supporter... Oh my god, hang on. Reach is the best fan and supporter anyone could ask for, even though he is not one of my patrons. He has given tons of money to me, and that is absolutely true. And I am very grateful to him for it. And how much was that for? 10. Okay, so we need to add that to the Skittles counter. And then sure that Skittles overtakes the sexy counter. We all want the Skittles! We don't have to abandon our post or wander too far from Vindicator's rest. The mutated creatures closest to the coil have been changed profoundly by energy leaking from the crystals. The mutated tanglers appear to have gained a certain degree of sentience. They've learned to create, set, and conceal vicious traps that can ensnare even the more careful warrior. We'll never be able to move against the Sunhawks if we are constantly forced to look underfoot. Well, then I will deal with that for you.
Open your heart to the light.
Don't accept this assignment if you value your life. You'll see that gigantic power core jutting out from the mountainside over yonder. It's that massive thing over there. Whoever takes on this burden will need to fight through that mountain, battling an army of Sunhawks while protecting me as I rig up the core for demolition. Sargeras the Exodar is up there somewhere as well. I won't think less of you if just walk away, but maybe you're the one to destroy the core. Well, I actually can't do that yet. I want to do the other ones first. We'll get to that.
Good fortune. Remain vigilant.
During our mission to reconnoiter the Sunhawks and their portal, I sustained a serious wound. Scout Lorerun has managed to staunch the bleeding, and he's trying to figure out a way to evacuate me from the Bloodwatch. Thank you, Reach. Your words are kind and appreciated. As soon as we leave this consecrated ground, we'll be set upon by Ravagers. If you can clear some of them, it might allow us to make the trap back sacredly.
Remember, Arcanon Poros.
Aesum sent my squad out on a reconnaissance mission to search for the Sungate a few days ago. Needless to say, we found it. Whatever those fool elves are transporting to the portal is causing void energy to be released. The area is teeming with void critters. We must destroy them before they have a chance to grow into void anomalies. You'll find the source of the creatures southwest of here, near the Sungate. Kill them, and then report back.
Be well.
Yeah, by the way, interesting little anecdote about void creatures and void in general. Remember how void subtracts? Well, the thing is, void doesn't subtract from itself. It subtracts from other things. So most void creatures, anomalies, warp, portals, that kind of thing, tend to grow. They tend to, because they literally absorb the energy or life, or in some cases matter from around them, in order to grow bigger and bigger and bigger. It is actually the natural essence of the void to continuously expand, which is an interesting contrast to the essence of the light, which continuously pushes back. So it kind of maintains an interesting balance. Some people think, and I agree with this thought process, that the void and the light need to be in actual balance between each other. If there was too much light or too much void, we might have things going too far in either given direction. That's just my take on it. Admittedly, I tend to like the balance theme, so that may be part of it, but it also makes a lot of sense to me. If the void were simply absorbed too much, it might have a seesaw effect, a snowball effect, where it just gets worse and worse and worse until everything's gone. So, yeah. So that's the danger that we're going out to try and deal with right now. If we don't, there's a pretty good chance that these little void creatures, which I'll showcase once we actually get to them, would continue to grow until they were a much, much more serious problem, at which point we might not even be capable of dealing with them. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Yes, I am. Let's go this way for the moment. And of course, all of this is your standard softening up thing. Anybody who's played a map of StarCraft, Warcraft, Command & Conquer, pretty much any of these, knows what a softening up mission is. Okay, so there's our target, but they've got pretty good defenses, so we need to make sure that we are capable of attacking them with our full force. So we need to take care of their supply lines, or their outlanding forces, or their skirmishers, something. We have to take care of something in order to make it so we can actually assault their main force. There are not actually that many quests in WoW that properly get off the feel of the soften up the target mission. which is funny because there are actually quite a few quests that are this kind of a mission. By the way, this is frickin' gross. If you can't quite tell what's been happening here. Here's the chemistry set. Here's the destroyed thing, and here's all the barrels of blood, and the blood seeping into the river. Obviously, what's happening here, though, is the Blood Elves have been actually... the Blood Elves have been mutating the power crystals with blood, literally just with blood, and then taking the irradiated blood that has been created by that horrible outbreak, and then pouring it into the water. So we could see... Remember, and this is a nice bookend, actually, if you remember, one of the very first quests we did at all in the entire thing... yeah, I know, Loaf. It is actually kind of funny when you think about it. But anyways, one of the first quests we had in the whole of the Draenei's storyline was there was a chunk of a power crystal which was in a lake. You remember that? And we managed to stop the irradiation before it was a serious issue. Here we see the exact opposite of that. There is no actual power crystal in this lake, but the Blood Elves have been deliberately trying to make that same effect happen. And so the Blood Elves have actually taken the bits and pieces of the blood crystal and poured them in the lake, and now we see why it was so important to get on the environmental damage as on those very, very first quests in the tutorial zone. Because we literally see right here exactly what happens if we don't do that. The entire ecosystem of this entire area is completely ruined because of this. The actual elementals are corrupted and distorted as a result of this. The Ravagers are, Void Beasts are leaking out all over the place. The local Murlocs are being affected. The Moonkin are being affected. Everything around here is being corrupted and perverted because of that environmental damage. And I like this. This is one of the few things about this section that's actually very, very well written, and I like to gush about, because it's a great way of writing in general. You mention, oh, I'm done with this quest. You mention a threat, but you don't actually show it on camera, and then later on you actually show it on camera so you can see exactly what you were trying so hard to prevent earlier. You know. Now that's a good question, Hylisk. Hey, Kamarusco. There's several answers to that question. I don't have a distinct answer, is what I'm going to go ahead and preface this from that. I don't know why the Blood Elves have been using blood. I do have a strong theory as to why. Because blood is one of the most powerful components of fel magic. So, one of the easiest ways to imbue anything with fel magic is to sacrifice life. And in this setting, blood literally equates to life. Or rather, I should say fresh blood literally equates to life. Actually, it's funny you say that, QQ, because they have done that. They have actually done that to other worlds in the past, and those worlds have been destroyed. So because of the fact that blood is such an important component, I think what they're basically doing is fel infusing these crystals in the water and the radiation, using blood as a medium, and that's what's actually causing, or that I should say, that is why they're using blood as the method here. Again, just a theory, a game theory. Thanks for watching. Wait, no. And I just got sued for astronomical sums of money. So yeah, like stuff like this, I can do as a dot class. I'm just going to gather like everything in the area around here. We are almost done, guys, with this character, I should say. We're going to do one other thing after this that I didn't really do on Silvermoon, because there really wasn't something that I could do that with. Well, first of all, the Legion doesn't have access to spaceships, basically. Actually, no, I don't, Adam. No, I've watched several of his stuff. I just don't. Nice, Tread. Anyways, so they don't have actually access to spaceships. So the only way that the Legion could do that is if they could send agents here to do it. Now, you might be like, well, what's stopping them from doing that? Well, nothing. And in fact, the Legion has tried to do this in the past. It just hasn't worked out because usually people can find those Legion agents before they complete their job and then try to reverse that around. No, no, Permeus, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Don't give me that. Tweezers or a knife, Shadow. Top 3 classes to play as and top 3 in concept. I will assume the game I'm looking at, of course. I will obviously put Warrior right at the top. I have been a Warrior born since Alpha, actually. And again, that's not like me bragging. It's just that's how much fun I have playing Warrior. In the last 12 years, I guess, I've never gotten bored of playing a Warrior. So Warrior is right off the bat, right off the top. After Warrior, that's a little trickier, but I think I'm going to give my number 2 slot to Frost Mage, specifically Frost Mage, and Tank Warrior, by the way. Oh, the Warrior in general, too. After those two, that's really a tough one, because I like playing as a lot of these classes. If I had to pick a next one, I would probably go ahead and go with Blood Death Knight, or Frost Death Knight, Tank Death Knight, either way. Yeah. So, those are my top 3. Now, top 3 in concept, you're going to have to help me out with it. What do you mean by in concept? Help me out, Nicolas. Help me help you, as the saying goes. Alright, so now I have to do these quests. Let's go check out those void creatures. This is something I kind of want to showcase to you guys in person. I enjoy playing as Unholy Death Knights quite a bit, actually. That's my preferred DPS class on my tank. My Death Knight tank, obviously. Any class that I have that can tank usually does tank. The only exception has been my Druid. I've been a Druid healer since BC. I know, not as long term. Whoops, wrong way. Nope, yep, this is the right way. Yes, I do, Deutsch. Okay. Nicolas, in that case, I would probably give my favorite in-lore to Warrior. I'll explain why. Warlock. And I'm really torn, but I think I'm going to go and give the next one to Death Knight. Sorry, Grunge. Been meaning to tell you. But then you'd try to shoot me in the head. So, maybe I didn't really want to tell you. So, you remember how I mentioned that the void creatures grow naturally because of them, you know, absorbing life and all that fun stuff that they do? Well, I want to really give you a visual example of what I'm talking about. You see these tiny little things? You probably can't even see them. Those little specks will eventually grow to be a lot more than just specks. And after they grow to be a lot more than specks, they'll grow to be a lot bigger than the walkers. And after they grow to be bigger than the walkers, well, you get the general idea. Again, I want to stress that I'm just getting across the idea of how big of a problem it is having any kind of void creatures running rampant or unchecked. Because even tiny dinky little things, like these little guys right here, can quite literally destroy a world if left unchecked. Again, if left unchecked. I have to keep adding that point. What am I in combat with? Oh, right. Ah, the new Fire Emblem. I'm curious what you're talking about, too. Did you happen to play during rolling, do you happen to play... Did you happen to play, oh, hey, it's Mattis. I'm not ready to kill you yet. Oh, wait. It totally is. Did you happen to play Fire Rages during rolling combustions? Or whatever they were called. Yes, Reach, your interruptions are phenomenal. And we got him. You are under arrest, Mattis the Cruel, Herald of Seronis. Yes, Reach is apparently actually a void creature. Right, I should see what that was being sent. It's probably being sent to Skittles. Yep, yes it was. What a shock. Where's... Guess what, guys? Skittles has officially taken the lead. That's the crowd.
Chronakai Christor, favor the road traveled by few. The Naru have not forgotten us. Do not lose faith.
Okay, so
Remain vigilant.
now that we have softened up the enemy quite a bit, time to take that thing down. Now, I hope you guys have been paying attention, too, because back here in the tutorial zone, we saw one of the ships that had crashed, one of the orbits of the Exodar, and it was big. You remember I pointed it out, like, when we first started. Most of the other crashed things... Sigma, ask away. What do you want, dude? Most of the other crashed ships have been tiny little chunks of ship. I mentioned that because this massive thing is the other big crashed ship. Or if you're not paying attention, let me put it to you like this. So, most of the Draenei who weren't in the Exodar ended up at the Alban Vale with that giant chunk. Most of the Blood Elves ended up at the Bloodmyst with this giant chunk. So, pretty much all of the Blood Elf forces have always been concentrated here. And again, I like the bookend of us going from our shard to theirs. That is not an aspect of lore, Sigma. Sorry. PCs cannot come back to life by that method in lore. In fact, PCs have been resurrected in lore. Several times, actually. But never like that.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Let's do this. No turning back. Oh, God, no, 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 no. No. Okay, okay. I have survived the donation. It was a close thing. Oh, God. This is an escort quest. No. Damn you, escort quests. Okay, okay, hang on. But now we don't have a 7. No. PC refers to player character. In other words, us. The ones we are actually playing as. In my case, that would be a couple of characters that are in my personal headcanon here in lore. But yes, it is a big aspect of gameplay story segregation. Funny fact, WoW has actually gone through several iterations of player penalty. I suppose I could talk about that at length. Now's not a great time for it. Look at that thing. But it remind me at some point in the future to talk about... no, don't do it, Reach. To talk about the different forms of player penalty that WoW has implemented over the years. Here's one just for the nostalgia's sake. How many of you guys remember when you could be interrupted infinitely in casting? Hey, Neurozaz. Because I remember those terrible, terrible Tark times, and I hated them. Oh, hey! Power word fortitude, finally. As I'm just about to stop playing this character. Oh my goodness. Okay. For the sake of sanity, cents will not be considered for the donation incentives. Yes, I made that rule up just this very second. Actually, that's not technically true. If you'll remember, that was kind of an issue during the KOTOR run. I'm glad Nightbot's doing his job lately, Deutsch. Thank you again for all the work you've done for that, by the way. I appreciate it. I don't know what else to add other than thank you, so thank you. Absolutely nothing, little Billy. Other than the fact that it would be made even more awesome. Okay, so I have to admit, a well-done escort quest is something I actually enjoy. I know, sacrilege. I do have to add that well-done part of it, but I mean that sincerely. A well-done escort quest has tension and dramatics, and it's like, oh god, that sense of not being able to catch your breath, you know? You're constantly pushing forward, and you're constantly like, oh god, I need to make this happen, I need to do this, and oh god, and now I can't even break after barely imagining that, you know? There's a good tension behind a good escort quest, and there are a couple... a few hundred, Sigma. There are a couple of quests in WoW that are, in my opinion, good escort quests. Not a lot, just a few. But I mention that because I remember this quest was the first escort quest that made me think in that direction. Back when I was playing this first time on my original Draenei, Zanej, who I still have, actually. Going through this, I'm just like, just like barely managing to keep up because there's so many enemies around here, and he's actually helping. He's actually healing, and you know, has a pretty decent health pool, so he's okay for a bit if you don't constantly watch him. God, this thing's big. But actually keeping up with the kill ratio by yourself, well, actually, it's just me and Pax, was just. Also, lol, Dreadfuse. Oh, right. I didn't even check that. Hang on. So, Adamemnon donated towards... loading. Oh shoot, get away, get away. Dramatic pause to see what Adamemnon donated towards. He donated towards the sexy effort. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, with that destroyed, this whole thing is going to go up in flames in a way that they can't actually render because back then they hadn't figured out how to do in-game rendered cutscenes like they figured out in Wrath. Everyone remembers the Wrath Gate, right? Fun fact, I tend to remember the Battle for the Undercity more fondly than the Wrath Gate itself. I'm sorry, Reach, but actually a lot of people were complaining about it, and I usually only put that there if I have nothing else to put there, basically. So I kind of... we're up. Theoretically, yes, Nero says. I imagine they were a little strapped for time and resources, since moving those giant crystals is not the easiest thing in the world to do. And of course, the Draenei are here. So they actually wanted to take out the Draenei. They weren't just that interested in warping and twisting the land. They were interested in screwing over the Draenei. So, yeah. U.S. Kensington, once we get to Warlords and finish that up, we'll do some talk about Legion, and then we'll be done, because that's all I got. So there's our Eridar. By which I mean the Minari, really. Yeah, Battle for Undercity is amazing. And fortunately, I'll even be able to show it off to you guys. Wait, why is that like a maniacal laughter thing? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Blessed light, she's siphoning energy straight out of the vector coil. Which is incredibly silly and ridiculous, by the way. Cover me, we have to do this quickly. Once I blow the support on this side, it will disrupt the breams and she'll back out. I doubt very much she'll be happy to see us. Oh, trust me, the music gets better lately. Later. Pretty much from Wrath on, the music gets amazing. I haven't seen anything, Grunge, no. I've almost got it. Just a little more time. So you might wonder, what's the difference between an Eridar and a Draenei? Well, I already kind of told you, but here's what they'd look like physically different. As you can see, there are a few physical variations as a result of having been Fel infused. I think I know what the problem is, Grunge. If you give me a minute to not be doing an escort quest, I can go look into it. 3. So just to give you an idea, by the way, the equivalent of what this woman is doing is ripping energy directly out of a nuclear core. Anybody who's seen X-Men First Class probably knows what I'm talking about with that, actually. I can't believe it's over. You did it. You've destroyed the Blood Elves and their leader. Excellent. Get back to Bloodwatch. I will see you there. Good demons? No, to my knowledge. Alright, so I'm going to set up for a bit of an auto run here. We'll just aim ourselves. There we go. That should be good. Alright, let me go pull up PayPal. Yeah, it's a conversion currency thing, Grunge. Like I said, we found out about that recently, so I gotta go do this whole thing. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Yep, there it is. Unclaimed from Grunge. It should show up as soon as I hit accept. Yes, accept and convert into USD. Whoop, whoop. Yep, there it comes. Well, she was converting all of that into usable energy, Shadow, which is the point. And how incredibly dangerous what she was doing was. Okay, so let's see what Grunge actually said here. I'm just a poor boy. Thank you, nevertheless, Grunge. Would you like to put that towards one of our 3 incentives over here?
The Legion will fall.
Like I said, we're not counting cents, so I'll round that up to 2 to be nice.
Remember the lessons of the past.
What do you mean, Nicholas?
The Naru have not forgotten us.
You can choose sexy, Skittles, excuse me, or normal. So it changes the outfit we'll be wearing on the primary characters we'll be leveling for the majority of the lore run. So that. One other interesting thing about a lot of the starter zones, especially post-Cataclysm, most of the starter zones have you starting off as basically just another guy, or girl, as the case may be, and because of unique circumstances, you rise up and pull something off exceptional, and end up actually helping things in a more, shall we say, long-term fashion. For example, our actions here, even though we're level 10, nevertheless basically saved the entire Draenei situation with the Exodar, and ensured that we would have long-term positive relations with the Alliance. We have just secured the Draenei Alliance forever, basically, and saved basically all of our people. And we did that at level 15. Now, I mention this because I actually kind of like that, because I think it's pretty well done, and it helps you to feel like you're relevant without making you feel like you're the one person who can save us, kind of a thing. Furthermore, I also mention it because it kind of informs why we become the heroes that we eventually become. Remember, we're not actually that big right now. We just happen to be in the right place at the right time, and happen to be uniquely suited towards stopping the enemy's plans, right? No, Lurker. So we got lucky this time, but now we have a taste for, being adventurers and being, being capable of taking care of and helping others. And so from this instance of luck, this random lucky adventure, we will then be able to move forward to become actual champions and heroes. And I like that. And we're going to put it towards the Skittles. There we go. There is a normal option too, I'm just saying.
The Legion will fall.
I don't know, am I a tramp? Ugh. So we've cleared up the void creatures.
May the light embrace you. Be kind to those less fortunate.
Agreed. it.
Good fortune.
You have saved the whole of Bloodmyst and Azuremyst, securing the Draenei way of life on Azeroth. For this, there can be no amount of thanks, no reward, nothing large enough in scope to truly express our appreciation. Yet there are still so many that we left behind on Draenor who cannot be here for this historic event. You must find your way back. Find your way back to Outland, hero of the Argus. Bring our people home. Home to the land that you saved. Home to Azeroth.
Do not lose faith.
And as you can see, the people have lined up to honor us here. Lots of the blades. There's all the Exarchs and the people we worked with back in Azuremyst. There's the Furbogs of the Stillpine, who we assisted back in Azuremyst. Here, of course, are the Alliance people, including the Admiral, and naturally, all of their chickens. And of course, our Dwarven friend. And finally, this guy, the Prophet Valen.
Not all who wander are lost.
This is all for you, Lid Whisperer. You did this. You saved all these people and thousands more. You have risen above the strife and tragedy of this world, and in so doing elevated all of us with you. You have done so much, more than can be done in 10 lifetimes, yet your life has just begun. If only we had 1,000 heroes like you. But listen well, Light Whisper. Your destiny lies in Outland. I have seen it, in visions, a prophecy yet untold. Find our people and bring them home. Debatable privacy, but it certainly has probably the most lore, yes. So, I thank you for the timely delivery. You are turning out to be one of the Han's better agents. If only we knew who they reported to in Bloodmyst, and more importantly, where the Sun Portal was. Wait, what?
Will you join our cause?
Oh, here we go. These islands will serve as home to thousands. Most of these people will remain here their entire lives. If you so desired, you could do the same. But that's not what you want, is it, Light Whisper? You will do many more great things before you pass. You must embrace your destiny, meet it, head on. Before you leave, I present you these gifts. This tabard is worn only by the most revered of the Hand of Argus, and this signet ring worn by our wisest sages. Take them both with pride. Oh, yeah, I'm sure that one.
We must unite against the Legion.
And we are now truly a member of the Argus. Now there is one last thing that we're going to do before we cut off for the night, actually, but also
the Legion's end draws near.
Before we're done with
Do
these
not
guys.
lose faith.
Whoops, I'm actually going the wrong way. My bad. Yeah, I could do that, but that wouldn't actually be quicker. See you around Kamurusko. So we're going to show off the Exodar.
Each day is a blessing.
Dramaticness. Actually, let's do that.
Dionys,
Oh, back of Doom. Tomorrow, we're going to start off our lore run by not playing the game at all and just talking for a bit. Then we'll play the game. Because tomorrow, we have to discuss vanilla. And the significant elements of vanilla that need to be mentioned, including the missing diplomat, for anybody who remembers that, Onyxia, Loramus Thalapides, the Defias, and this individual you've probably never heard of called Tyrion Foldring. -5 as usual, Grunge. 11 AM EST, -5 GMT. Pretty much the standard. Oh. Why are you trying to turn us all into the Hulk, Shadow? I mean, I get it. I kind of, but I'm just kind of wondering what your logic is. Uh, 11 to 12. Yeah, that's 4 p.m. GMT. That's correct. I wouldn't mind being a ghoul. That's okay for me. Besides, we all know that I would willingly accept undeath, so I wouldn't be a ghoul. I'd be like a lich or something. Or maybe a revenant. I don't know. Something. Don't lie to me, Kay. I've seen it in a movie. Movies don't lie to me. So I want to mention one thing as we're heading this way. Really quick. This is a new thing that they added actually pretty recently. It's called the Adventurer's Guide. Basically, it checks what you've done, because the game actually knows which quests you've done and which you haven't. And it checks what you've done, it checks your level, it checks your gear, your average item level, which mine, for example, is 16. And it says, okay, this is stuff that you should be able to do. Like if you want to go to Duskwood to quest there, or if you want to go do this dungeon, or if you want to go, you know, go after professions. And there's a few little things here. There's a couple other zones you could go to, and it gives you options for stuff to do. This is actually a great feature for people who are brand new to this game. The problem is nobody's brand new to this game anymore, so this is kind of an unnecessary feature. If this had happened years ago, this would be great. I'm still in favor of it, but it really is there just for people who don't know what they're doing. But whatever. So, Exodar, of course, is the name of the crashed ship that we've been basically dealing with this entire time. I actually really, really like the aesthetics of the Exodar. It's one of my favorite looking towns. No one's ever here, so I don't really hang out here. As you can see, it's a little broken. The ground is literally shattered in some places because of how badly the impact was. In some cases, crystals are literally jutting up from it. This bridge is barely coherent, and as you can see, the power crystals are completely exposed in this conduit. But it's a rather nice-looking area, at least in my opinion. Here, let's turn that off so you stop hearing that. There you go. So here's the Exodar from the inside. This is what these people have lived in for a decent period of time. As you can see, a lot of Draenei technology, and this is true in both timelines actually, is crystal-based. So they don't just use crystals as a power source, they use them as computers, I think is actually the easiest way to analogize those. And they can use those as beds, and they can use those as armor, you know, lots of different things. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. They can use crystals for. I also especially like the hanging, just the dripping lights of energy that they have decorating the place. It's a nice touch. Now, that is the central power core. Whoops, I know you can't quite see it from here. You've already kind of seen it. It's the central thing that I'm still zooming in. There we go. Big central power core, which helps keep the Exodar functioning and keeps it in good health. Before we actually go further, we're going to show off one other thing. Because, believe it or not, the Draenei don't actually pilot these ships. Or I should say at least this ship. One of the Naru decided to go ahead and help us, Draenei, escape from Outland. Yeah, I know, Hylisk. I know. I know. As you can see, we're quite a ways down here into the depths. Notice how this is the area that's the least damaged, by the way. Hey, War Wager. So this is Oros. This is actually the Naru that is in charge of this area. I've been talking about the Naru all this time, so here's your good look at them. This is what the Naru actually look like. They don't really have arms or legs or heads or anything. They're actually probably some of my favorite aliens, purely for the sake of being aliens. And I mean that like across all of fiction, not just Warcraft. Don't get me wrong, I like a good humanoid alien as much as the next person. But the Naru are properly alien, and I really like their design, I like their philosophy, I like their culture, if you will. It's just cool. They, as I've said before, they are effectively beings of light. Now, this particular creature is actually started to dim a bit. Their lifespans are colossal, so the light dims over hundreds and hundreds of years. Well, I will actually showcase a Naru at the at the full light side of its cycle later when we get to Shatrath. But for now, this is what one looks like that has been either damaged or is aged. We're not actually sure which one it is. This is the one that's, like I said, is in charge of this ship. So some people could argue that it is responsible for us crashing. Not that I'm aware of, Last Echo, nor do I think they have those in general. Because they don't have anything in general. Yes, they are aliens. There's one other thing I'd really like to show off in Exodar. It's such a shame that this is one of the least frequented capital cities, because in my opinion, it is one of the better ones. At least, you know, one of the better racial capital cities, I should say. I am also very fond of Stormwind and Ironforge, as an aside. My actual favorite capital city overall, just taking everything into account, would probably be Lorerun. So let's see if I can remember where it is. We can see over here the manufactories that are working with crystal, and the massive amounts of power and energy that they pump through this place to keep it functional. And as you can see, in some cases, even the inside of the ship has been damaged and broken by the crash. Yeah, I was actually just about to say, what's funny is this is kind of a Fallout-y kind of a situation. Repurposing something broken and wrecked in order to make it usable as a shelter and whatnot. Of course, this place is extremely high advanced tech. This place was actually built by the Naru and purposed by the Draenei. Some trainers up here. Icecrown Citadel isn't actually a capital city, War Wager, so that doesn't really count. Cataclysm... Well, I like Stormwind a lot better after Cataclysm, absolutely. That kind of moved that up a bit for me. I also do like what they did with Orgrimmar quite a lot. This is the room I wanted. I've also always had a strong fondness for Teldrassil. So... Okay, I'm almost here for the next one. Maybe did I get in range in time? So this is a no, there's falling damage. I'm actually at half health. Okay, so we're actually just a little bit too late for that one. Well, you mean aside from the giant cracks and the crystals that are shoving out of the floor because they broke free of their containment, Rory? So these are little holograms of most of the Legion's enemies, along and members of the Draenei's enemies and members of the Legion. And if you follow these people around, which we're actually going to do, they will talk a little bit about the lore of each of these species and where they are and how they interact with each other and so forth. Fun fact: we actually got several of these species names from this. This is the first time several of these were actually given species names rather than Doomguard or Pit Lord. For example, well, the Felguards are a little bit different. Felguards are actually Minari. But, or Moarg, excuse me. Apparently Felguards are Moarg. My bad. Felguard, species Moarg. Affiliation, Burning Legion. Function, standard soldiers. Conscripted from the Moarg race, these warriors serve as the Legion's rank and file soldiers. Oops. Now they are fearless and unwaveringly loyal to their master's godlike will. Now, I'm actually not going to make you sit through all of this because it would take forever. But I do have a way... whoops. To speed this up a little bit, so you have to give me a moment here. Oh, hang on. Here we go. So, I'm just going to give you the list rather than making you watch the whole list itself. So, yes, they have Agamemnon a couple of times. So, species, Doomguard. Doomguard, species, Eredruin. Affiliation, Burning Legion. Function, Shock Troopers and Enforcers. Powerful and deliberate, these winged aberrations are renowned across the cosmos for their brutality. They are utterly devoted to their pit lord masters and revel in the destruction of worlds. And then we move down here to this one. Wrathguard, this thing right here. Species, Eredar. Affiliation, Burning Legion. Function, Honor Guard. Cunning and precise, the Wrathguard often protect the Legion's Eredar masters. Where is it? It's not... Yeah? I'm missing a demon. Guys, I've lost a demon. Seriously, where is it? Oh, whatever, I'll just move on to this one, I suppose. Oh, it's up there. There it is. Found it, found it. I found the demon. The Scourge don't have a capital in the strictest sense, no, although Acaris and Noxoramas both probably qualify. So, Succubus, species Sayad, affiliation, Burning Legion. Function, intelligence agents, torturers. The cruel Sayadi tempestuses exemplify the subtler sides of the Legion's nihilistic crusade. They revel in causing anguish and pain, and their murderous interrogations are the stuff of nightmares. Now this one down here is a Shivara, the six-armed lady here. Function, priestesses, military chaplains. Devout and exceedingly charismatic, these priestesses live only to evangelize the power of Sargeras' dread vision. They are the driving heart of the burning crusade. This, of course, is a Dreadlord, also known as a Nethrazim. I've talked about these guys extensively. Function, secret police and interrogator. The Nethrazim are merciless villains who feed upon the energies of mortal creatures. They utilize terror and subterfuge, turning brother against brother as whole worlds fall before their dark influence. This, of course, is an Eredar. Function, overlords, strategists. The cunning, powerful Eredar warlocks were once our noble kinsmen, yet they fell to the lure of Sargeras' evil and now have become our most stalwart enemies. You should know these guys. They're kind of popular after Magtheridon and Manaroth. Pit Lord, species Annihilan. Generals and ground commanders. These colossal destroyers serve as Legion's military commanders. They are as cruel as they are powerful, and revel in the destruction of all that exists. And there's these little guys. Pretty small by comparison. Gunarg, species Moarg. They are tinkerers and machinesmiths. The stunted Moarg are very clever and often employed as helpers for their larger brethren. Mischievous by nature, they are fond of employing their own hastily constructed technologies. And yes, Agamemnon, to an extent. But there's some politics involved in that. And this guy, of course, is a standard Moarg. Functioning as engineers and scientists, brutish though they may seem, these iron-stitched horrors are exceedingly brilliant engineers and forge-smiths. Their black iron constructs have sown death across 1,000 worlds. So, that's kind of awesome. So these are the major species of demons that we're aware of as now. There's at least one other that we will find out about. I have no idea, Last Echo. I guess you can get it on Battle.net. There's at least one other, yes it is War Wager. Or rather, it's more accurate to say the reverse, but whatever. Because Jaraxxus is an Eredar, so that makes sense. There's at least one other species that we're aware of. It's the one really mentioned in Warlords, and I've already seen pictures of it in Legion. But regardless. So this is basically it. This is the Exodar. This is the Draenei. That's how, Rory, because Twitch likes to just get rid of walls of text sometimes. Where's a Pokeball? I don't see any Pokeballs. There's no Pokeballs here. But seriously. That is it for the Draenei. So that's the first 2 starter zones. Tomorrow we will go ahead and be discussing vanilla, since I don't really have a viable, good way to showcase vanilla on camera. So we'll be talking about some of the stuff that you're missing. And then we're going to skip forward and do a couple of other things on camera. I hope you're looking forward to that tomorrow. Either way, I will see you guys tomorrow.